Realmente. Foda-se. Realmente, enquanto todo colê. Gilson Pedro Marques falando. Bem-vindo assistindo Porcaria, mas posicionamento de Ridiculamente Questionável do Webcam 47. Esqueci de abrir o Google, porra. Esqueci de abrir o YouTube pra ver a porcaria. Sou um tonto mesmo. Eu esqueci de pegar a jaqueta também. Melhor deixar isso aí como a primeira, que daí fica mais fácil, por exemplo, sei lá, porra, foda-se. Agora, aqui é o que vai costurar, as coisas que vai costurar, então vamos colocar as coisas que vai costurar aqui, nessa cadeira aqui. Aqui. Em ordem de prioridade, o que tá mais em cima vai primeiro. Aqui. E para finalizar, aqui. Filha da... do caralho. Agora eu vou terminar de me arrumar pra live. capuz. Isso aqui eu faço de um jeito para segurar melhor, mas é muito idiota. Não é o jeito certo de fazer. Parece até coisa de feitiço daí, né? Não, sério, você faz muita coisa de fetiche, porque olha isso, ó. Mas segura melhor isso aqui. Assim. Bom. Não, ficou ruim. Ficou ruim, esquece, cancela. Caralho, cadê essa parte filha da mãe aqui? Aqui, ó. Agora que eu fui pra dentro. Agora o Google foi pra dentro, que merda. Coisa da outra vez que eu morri assim, deu tão certo. Aqui e aqui. Não, acho que eu não tinha amarrado. É isso. É que eu não tinha dado nó atrás, só tinha passado. Essa é a diferença. Eu comecei lá com a porra do álbum, o Ceremony. Esquece, Ceremony of Opposites do Samael tocando aqui. Deixa eu pegar aqui. Tirar o fone. Tô pronto? Ó. Esse negócio aqui tinha entrado pra dentro. Que é o capuz. Eu não gosto. Isso aí é que nem moletom. Eu não gosto de usar com capuz. Eu gosto de usar com capuz jogar. Gosto do capuz pra jogar ele pra trás, basicamente. Essa é a questão com roupa com capuz. Eu gosto de usar assim, tipo. O cabelo bagunçou todo, ó. Não. Não combina. Não combina. Não. Não dá. Isso aqui não combina com a capa. Esse também não combina, pelo menos não assim. Deixa eu ver assim. Vai testar a última coisa possível. O boné obviamente não combina. O gorrinho. Não. Não dá. Nada combina com a capa. Vai ter que ser assim mesmo, então. Não deu pra ver, né? Pra não acabar, sabe, sentando em cima, eu vou ter que fazer assim. Coloca de cima da cadeira. E senta. Pera aí. E a webcam não tá exatamente na posição que eu queria. Não é essa. Tem que ser nessa posição mesmo. E bruxo, né? Isso é o bruxo. Um inferno de fome. Filha da puta. Essa parte mais idiota. Tá tudo muito sério, a pessoa. Bora ver. Bora ajeitar a câmera de novo. Saco de birrola do inferno. Assim. Assim tá bom. Então, é o melhor que eu consigo.
Your health. But tell me, why is your health indicated by those traditional fake Valentine looking hearts when the heart you buy
Filha da puta.
in the store is like a real human heart? Not to mention, you can find candy, which gives you some health back too. Not as much as the heart you buy in the store, but why would you pay for it when you can basically find the same thing for free? The third item is a slingshot. Now that's more what we're talking about. Now you'd expect her to use a slingshot to shoot rocks or something, right? But no, she throws the fucking thing.
Yeah, check this out. Look, I'm gonna hit you with this slingshot. I suppose if the game programmers put a gun in the game, you'd be throwing that as well. Does that make any sense? No.
It doesn't matter anyway, because after you've thrown only a few slingshots, it's gone. 1,000 gold pieces down the shitter. Even when you do kill anybody, they come back right away. Respawning enemies are common in games, but here, they don't even give you a second. The instant they die, they come back, almost as if nothing happened. So there's no purpose trying to kill anybody. All you can do is run, like a little red pussy. Once you've gotten over that fact, you start wondering, what's the goal? How do you get to the next level? Well, this is
É
where
o jogo
the
da
real
Chapeuzinho
havoc begins.
Vermelho.
To begin with, the stage
Tinha
is
esquecido
small
qual era
enough
o
to
jogo.
span 2 TV
Que ele tava
screens.
jogando.
Occasionally a staircase will appear. You go down the staircase and you find a room. Here you can get some gold and some candy, but other than that, it's a dead end. The staircase continues to appear, but in no such way that you can predict. I'm not sure if it goes off on a timer or whatever, but basically this staircase appears whenever it wants. It's never in the same place, but it always leads to the same room. You try kicking trees, but all you get are cherries, which don't seem to do anything. You try kicking rocks, and all you get are enemies or other items, no exit, and no clue whatsoever. Sometimes you get a balloon, but that only takes you to a bonus stage. One piece of gold always flashes, but I don't understand why, and I'm pretty sure it's just a glitch of some kind. You try all the boundaries, thinking that somewhere there's a spot where you can walk into the next part of the game, but it doesn't happen. All the trees, even that one little spot that looks like a fence, and even the areas that seem wide open are all just the same. A fucking barricade that might as well be a brick wall.
What a mystery, right? Well, this is when anybody would just shut off the game. Do you really want to know how to play it?
É.
One more
Não,
of these, I'll tell
caralho.
you.
You need to get a key. Now, where could this key be hidden? Why, of course, it appears randomly inside one of the staircases, which also appear randomly. If you've been in that room once already, you just assume there's nothing there. So now that you have the key, what do you do with it? You're thinking there's got to be a locked door or something like that, right? But no, you're supposed to wait for another staircase to appear, and that's the exit. That doesn't make any sense. How would a key unlock an open staircase that doesn't even have a door in front of it? At least if they put a keyhole on it, it would be more logical, but it would also let you know that you're supposed to use the key there. Oh, and I didn't even tell you how to make the staircase appear. That's where the cherries come in. You just go around kicking random trees, getting cherries, and when you've gotten enough of them, I think 12, the stairway appears. How would anybody guess that's what the cherries are for? There isn't even a counter to keep track of how many cherries you've collected. Come to think of it, there's nothing telling you how many lives you have either. You get no information. I've tried hitting start, select, there's no status screen, and unless you have an instruction manual, you'll never figure this out.
But now we know, so let's continue with the game. But first, let's recap and make sure we got this straight, okay? Alright. You wait for randomly flashing staircases to appear, in which you try to find a randomly appearing key, which randomly appears within the randomly appearing staircases, and then try to collect a random number of cherries that randomly appear as you kick palm trees to reveal another staircase that doesn't flash, or more or less appears to be flashing, but in a frozen state. You go in there, and then you're off to the next level. You got that? Well, good, because now all you got to do is do that 9 more times, and congratulations, you've learned the secret of playing Little Red Hood. The only thing you might be wondering now is what on earth does this have to do with the story of Little Red Riding Hood? Well, I'll tell you. Absolutely fucking nothing.
So now that you know how to play, you just gotta go through the same routine over and over. Because of the random nature of this game, each stage could take anywhere from 5 minutes to a half hour. It all depends when the stairways appear, when the key appears, and so on. It starts to wear on your mind very quickly. Every level looks alike. The colors are changed, the trees and the fruit are different, but overall the design is basically the same thing. But it goes beyond just being bland. They somehow managed to choose the most repulsive color schemes and patterns. Don't you wish there could have been a more appealing texture and hue rather than this diarrhea-ish brown? Look at the bear. Did they purposely try to make it match the background? They really couldn't help but use the same putrid color twice? The music never changes. Every level is the same frothy sound of crackling ass. Even something as simple as walking can't go without glitchy side effects. Like Metal Gear, you can't pass through narrow spots. I mean, if you can't walk through, why make it look like you can? Oh, never mind. I guess if you fidget around enough, it works. You can't jump when you're below a tree, as if your head is somehow hitting the trunk. Technically, this would mean the character is not jumping straight up into the air, but rather sideways, as if Little Red Hood exists in a two-dimensional space while jumping sideways into a three-dimensional tree. If you're walking above the trees, you can't walk behind the leaves. It's as if this vague space the tree occupies is a blockade. The items always appear at random, even in areas where you can't get to them, like inside a tree. Sometimes two items can appear in the same place. And sometimes an item can just randomly disappear. Everything about this game is a broken down mess.
It's just so random. You know, how many times have I used the word random and appear? But that's exactly what's happening. Stuff appears or doesn't appear or randomly does something else. I feel like a guinea pig in an experiment where they're testing the effects of negative reinforcement. Let's see what happens if we take the key away. It's 20 years late, but whoever you are, and if you want to know what the effect is, I'll tell you the effect. It's fucking pissing me off!
Nothing is consistent about this twisted piece of shit covered anal fuck. In this stage, the key is out in the open, guarded by a panda, I guess. Are any of the animals in this game supposed to be the big bad wolf? Anyway, the panda is the only enemy that kills you with one hit. Doesn't matter if you have full health, you touch the panda and you're dead. The only way you can get past it is if you get hit by something else and then pass through. Thank God for that after-hit invincibility. Then there's this spot where you have to jump on turtles to get across a waterfall. And this is not the kind of game that has good jumping control. Fuck. Oh, fuck! Fuck! Level 5 is a C level. All you have to do is get 2 pearls. I guess they decide to change it up a bit. It's the easiest level in existence and has no purpose. Too bad there weren't any other levels like this so we can breeze through this fuckwad. But the most fucked up level of all is level 8. Here, the key never appears. Just never. It never appears. I played this stage for about an hour before I eventually looked up an online walkthrough from someone who probably had more time to spare than me. And guess what? In this stage, the key doesn't appear until you buy an invincibility potion and 3 slingshots.
How would anybody know to do that? You go through the whole game, all of a sudden they throw you a curveball and change the fucking rules. Imagine if in Super Mario Brothers, if one level, you can't jump on the flagpole at the end. Unless first you collect exactly 29 coins, stomp 3 Goombas, and get a fire flower. You wanna know how I feel now? I'm fucking enraged. You don't just change the rules like that. This is shit sauce. This is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde standards. And I'm still playing it. I don't even know why. I guess I can't resist being able to say I beat Little Red Hood. And you know what? I don't expect a good ending either. Why work hard on creating an elaborate ending when you've made the game so hard to figure out that there's not a chance in hell anyone would get that far? In fact, I expect a shitty ending. A fucking loathsome, ass-sucking shit heap of an ending.
Oh, my dear Little Red Hood, thank you for your coming.
You did not disappoint. It's winter, it's fucking cold, we're playing some winter games. Oh, boy. But anyway, let me get the greeting out of the way. Merry Christmas, Happy
Não,
Hanukkah,
essa jaqueta da Atari é do caralho, muito legal.
Happy everybody, Happy Holidays. And if you have a problem with Happy Holidays, then happy shut the fuck up. But there ain't nothing happy about this shit.
This is Winter Games on the NES. It's one of those Olympic sporting games, which seems like a simple concept. How bad could it possibly be? But this is just one piece of the turd shat out by epics. They made Summer Games, California Games, World Games, and of course Winter Games, which found its way on every home console known to mankind. The Commodore, Amiga, Apple computers, and the Atari 2600, just to name a few. And to be fair, most of them weren't that bad for the time. They're simple sporting games that anyone could pick up and play. But then comes the NES version. You'd expect this one to be a huge improvement, but let's see. Alright, the game boots up and a runner comes to light an Olympic torch. Yeah, cool. Can I skip it? What's the point? I don't want to watch this. I want to play the game. I guess the programmers were really impressed with their work here. It looks okay, but it's not worth staring at every time you start the fucking game. Even more senseless, they actually give you an option of replaying the intro. I obviously saw it once. Why the fuck would I want to see it again? The name entry screen is a disaster. You can't move the cursor up or down. It only goes left and right. Isn't that fun? Not to mention, they only let you spell 4-letter words, which I can think of plenty, but how many names would have less than 4 letters? If you try to add a 5th letter, it goes back and replaces the first letter. Then you gotta figure out how to start over. When it reaches the last letter, why couldn't it just stop? The simplest thing to do is to type in all A's, then go left once to get to the enter button. Because why put in a name anyway? It's not like the game's gonna save it, but if it did, I guarantee most of the high scores would belong to
The point is, how hard is it to program something as simple as a name entry screen? If they can't even get that right, then whoa, wait till you see the game. In the Atari 2600 version, you compete in different events like bobsledding and skiing. It was simple, but it worked. So being that this is NES, they're obviously going to top what they did before, right? You know, jumping over to a newer console, there's going to be some improvements, maybe some more events. The Atari version had 7 events, so we can assume that this one will have 4? Only 4? The NES just got its 8-bit ass handed to it by the Atari 2600. Well, that's fine with me. Spares me the shittiness. It makes you wonder how it compares with the Atari 7800. Well, this one too had only 4, but some of the events are different. So in total, between the two consoles, it's as if they have the same amount of games as the Atari 2600, but when the 7800 and the NES came out, they divided them between the two. I've never heard of that happening before.
The first event is called Hot Dog Aerials. I wonder what that could be. Oh, ski jump. Okay. Why is it called Hot Dog Aerials?
Sei lá, o cara tinha fetiche em cachorro quente, porra.
Well, all that happens here, you jump, you crash, you jump, you crash, you jump, and you crash. Very rarely I've gotten the fucker to land, by some sort of luck. All you can do is jerk the D-pad around and hope for the best. Fuck! What people could be sadistic enough to design a game with such a dysfunctional control scheme? The only people in the world who would call the ski jump Hot Dog Aerials. Next is speed skating. I'm surprised it's not called Cat Tit Bingo. Okay, so the first thing that happens, your opponent speeds away, but you just stand there. You try every button on the controller until you realize you're supposed to tap right and left on the D-pad repeatedly. It's hell on your fingers, and it ranks right up there with Ghostbusters when you have to go up the stairs by tapping A and B. Is this supposed to be fun? Is it supposed to be challenging? Rocking the D-pad left and right? Was this game designed for monkeys? They don't even have the courtesy to explain it. You need the manual. There is a practice mode, but it's the same exact thing as the regular game. There's no on-screen instructions whatsoever. How do you like that music? Listen. Exquisite.
Boa.
Isn't that the most beautiful, radiant sound that has ever been blessed upon your soul? Its exuberant tonality harmoniously blends the dying squeals of electronic goats with the melodic rapture of diarrhea bubbling from a coyote's crap hole.
Next, let's try the bobsled. Okay, I don't get this at all. What's all this shit on the screen? Am I supposed to be looking here or here? I guess that's the bobsled. Is that the slope? The shading looks like crap. Literally, it's like they poured diarrhea into an ice maker. And what's that jumbled white shit? Is it scrambled Japanese text that's glitching up? Do I need to take the cartridge out and blow on it? Or is it supposed to be clouds? All you do is steer the bobsled using left or right. So once again, the only control that you use is the D-pad. It's funny how the NES controller has two big bright red buttons that never seem to come in handy. In fact, I believe the B button is never even used once in the entire game. So this is actually very simple, but because the screen is all split up like comic book panels with a speedometer and other unnecessary bullshit, it makes it look like it's more complicated than it really is. Well, there's only one event left, figure skating. There is no hope for this game redeeming itself. This is the worst event of all. I don't know how the point system is judged, but the idea is to simply make this girl do all kinds of ice skating tricks. You mash the D-pad all around and try tapping the buttons, and all that happens, she falls flat on her face. Very rarely I was able to get her to spin, but the final score always results in a 0.0. That's pretty harsh. You don't even get a decimal point for spinning around. This is painful. The timer seems to last an eternity, and the Nutcracker music is torture to your ears. And I know this is ice, but staring at a screen that's 90% white makes me feel like I'm going blind.
I'm not even kidding, but if I were to give out an award, a big shit-dripping trophy for the worst controls ever in a video game, I think it would go to this. I mean, look at it. I've never seen anything this unresponsive. I'm hitting every button combination possible. You know, all it needs to be said about Winter Games is that you push buttons. That's all it is. How's Winter Games? You ever play Winter Games? Yeah, you push buttons, that's it. Go like this. You're playing Winter Games. You ever watch a movie where someone's pretending to play a video game, but you can tell they're just acting, they're just going like this? They're playing Winter Games. Yeah. Who programmed this thing? Maybe it was Fred Fox. This is a blizzard of balls! I can't believe humanity was capable of degrading itself so low as to produce such an insulting catastrophe of ass! Do not store in extreme temperatures. Do not immerse in water. Do not clean with benzene, thinner, alcohol, or other such solvents. Do not hit or drop cartridge. Do not attempt to disassemble. Like that. Burn, motherfucker, burn! Yeah! Play some games? Wanna play some shitty games? Well, hang on just a second. I gotta go get my mail. What the hell's all this shit?
Street
There's
Fighter.
metallic sea sponges everywhere. There's titanium rocket jock straps, headless parrots with bottle caps, floating eyeballs entrapped in glass lids. How is this all happening? Oh, of course, it's the year 2010. Holy shit, this was all foreseen in the game Street Fighter 2010. Yeah, I should have known. It's crazy. Remember how futuristic the year 2000 seemed? My whole childhood, it seemed like every movie, every video game, it was always 2000. It sounded so high-tech and so far away. But now, fuck that. It's the 10-year anniversary of the year 2000. In 5 years, we're gonna have flying cars and hoverboards and self-lacing shoes. It better happen. Otherwise, they should have made it the year 3000. Even if they made it 2100, we'd all be dead. It wouldn't make a difference anyway. Better be a mystery than to be wrong. Anyway, the oldest Street Fighter game that most people have played was Street Fighter 2. But this one on the NES came before, and it just so happens to take place in 2010. Who would have thought that Street Fighter's past lied in the future, which is now the present? Let's take a look at this. I can only imagine. We're gonna be Tiger uppercutting through space and time. We're gonna be throwing sonic booms on the moon, Hadoukens up Uranus. Fuck Street Fighter 4. This is Street Fighter 2010.
Target versus Ken. Okay, I know who Ken is, but Target? I'll accept that it's some weird devil with a scorpion stinger that doesn't exist in any other Street Fighter game, but are they really calling it Target? Maybe it's Target. So, welcome to Street Fighter in Space.
Fuck you,
There may not be
bitchin'!
streets in space, but there are fights. The gameplay is unlike anything I can describe. It definitely doesn't feel like Street Fighter. It comes a little closer to Mega Man because of its laser ball projectiles and Ninja Gaiden because of climbing on walls. But even those games don't help describing it. No matter what you do, you always end up flipping around and grabbing onto everything in sight. It's as if the controls themselves are too futuristic and advanced for anyone to comprehend. When attacking, your enemies have to be right next to you or above you because you can only shoot straight ahead or straight up. There is a way to shoot down, but it involves doing some kind of aerial somersault, and you can only pop off one shot at a time if you're in midair.
Bitch.
Oh, and by the way, to shoot diagonally up, you press down and B. I'm not kidding.
You press down to shoot diagonally up.
What the hell is this poop-plastered, shit-smothered piece of fuck? And what does it have to do with Street Fighter? Well, Ken's in it. That's about it. It has Ken, or more or less a guy in a spacesuit named Ken. I guess it would help if I read the backstory. Let's see. Ken, the Frontier, partner of Troy, Lab, Puddle of Jelly, Street Fighting Circuit, Cyboplasm, Overdose, Violent Mutants.
Alright, so what I get out of this is Ken won the street fighting circuit, then he became a scientist and invented some kind of thing called cyboplasm. I guess it's like ectoplasm, just with a little more cybo. And then his partner, some guy named Troy, was killed, and then the cyboplasm is stolen, and then everybody's turned to mutants, and basically, yeah, that's about it. I wouldn't be surprised. Ken is the only Street Fighter character in this game. No Guile, no Chun-Li, no M. Bison. Instead, we get Target, the scorpion devil alien from the year 2010. I guess we can make the best of it and just pretend it's Street Fighter.
Hadouken! 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 You win!
It doesn't work. Even when I put the sound effects in, it's not Street Fighter. It worked better when they brought Punch-Out to outer space. And you want to know what the most confusing part of the whole story is? In the original Japanese version, the character's name was Kevin Stryker. It was the US version which changed the name to Ken and added that one little tiny reference to the street fighting circuit in an attempt to tie it in with the game in which it's fucking named after. So you're telling me the Japanese version had less to do with Street Fighter? As in nothing?
I guess you can say this is where the series got sidetracked before hitting big with Street Fighter 2, which then went off on its own tangent. Man, Street Fighter's the only series to have a sequel which had its own series. Most people never played or even heard of Street Fighter 1. I almost wondered why they even bothered to call it Street Fighter 2 on the home consoles. They could have just called it Street Fighter. Kind of like with Final Fantasy VI, they ignored the missing sequels and just called it 3. So, whatever happened to the original Street Fighter? I have laid eyes on the arcade cabinet 20-something years ago, so I know it existed. Only in recent years I've discovered that it was ported onto the Commodore 64 and every home computer of the time before landing on the TurboGrafx 16 CD. Ah yeah, I finally get to talk about this thing. When Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis were fighting the 16-bit war, the TurboGrafx 16 was chilling in the background. It's a unique specimen. Its games didn't come on cartridges, but instead these neat little cards and CDs. The CD unit was sold separately, and it was the first CD game console, at least in North America, so the technology didn't quite catch on yet. In combination with that, most people owned either a Super Nintendo or Sega Genesis. Not only would you have had to own a TurboGrafx 16, you'd have to buy the CD attachment too. So it's no wonder no one played the first Street Fighter game. And to be even more elusive, they changed the fucking title to Fighting Street. That doesn't make any sense. But at least you get to play as classic characters such as Ryu, George Washington, and Abe Lincoln.
The mystery is solved. We're finally playing the original Street Fighter. And guess what? It sucks ass.
I'm sure the arcade version was better, but this is lousy. And the only reason I say that is the control. The special moves only work whenever they feel like it. You can try to throw a Hadouken the entire fight, and it'll never fucking work. Also, the voices sound like shit.
Listen, but don't forget the American gods like you all over the world.
The only characters you get to play as are Ryu and Ken. They can only be selected by plugging the controller into the first port for Ryu and the second for Ken. There's no character select screen. There's a couple training stages thrown in. It's primitive, but for one of the first fighting games, it wouldn't have been bad aside from the awful control. Come on, do the move, do the move! Oh, you son of a
Christ!
bitch! Come on, do a Shoryuken! Come on, Shoryuken!
Que porra era aquela,
You
velho?
can't. It's no wonder why nobody remembers this game. Of all the revisions and turbo enhancements they've done to Street Fighter 2, an already great game, it makes me wonder why they weren't doing the same to the original to make it better. Street Fighter the Good Edition. How about that? Believe it or not, the first game intended as a sequel was Final Fight. Originally it was called Street Fighter 89. However, they treated it as an entirely different kind of game with a beat-em-up style. So Final Fight became its own series, but Capcom would often make small crossovers to tie them together. In Final Fight 2, you can see Chun-Li in the background, and some Final Fight characters would appear in later Street Fighter games. The title Street Fighter 89 was changed after they exhibited the game at a trade show. The feedback they got led them to change it on the grounds that it had nothing to do with Street Fighter. Oh, but not at all like that one.
Whoa. Man, I got way off track. I still gotta finish this. You know what? I just noticed the full title is Street Fighter 2010, The Final Fight. The irony is stunning and I'm nerding the fuck out of myself, but how do you make a game named off the two other games and not have anything to do with either of them? Maybe it means Final Fight as in this is the future, this is the final Street Fighter fight. But Street Fighter? Maybe it's based off the Street Fighter movie series from the 1970s. It has just as little relation. Oh, and speaking of Street Fighter movies, remember Street Fighter the movie, the game? This is the Sega Saturn version. How do you like that? Knocking another console off the list.
Anyway, this is one of the stupidest ideas I ever heard. They make a movie based on the game, and then a game based on the movie. Not to mention the movie was more or less based off Street Fighter 2 and not the first one. It kind of resembles Mortal Kombat with its digitized actors, but not as good. It's not a bad game either, it's like Street Fighter 2, but the controls are a little more stiff. For curiosity's sake, it's fun to play, but it just makes you wish you were playing Street Fighter 2 instead.
Whoa. Alright, I got really sidetracked. I was trying to review Street Fighter 2010, and, I just talk about one thing, I end up talking about something else. But that's what happens, man. And you know what? If they didn't call it Street Fighter, maybe I wouldn't have had that problem. So from this point on, let's just forget about the title, take the name Street Fighter and just throw it away.
The objective for each stage is to find a portal. The portal never appears until you destroy the target enemy, and that's why all the enemies are called target. Yeah, it is awkward, but that's what it means. So you destroy the target, the portal appears somewhere, and you have to race and get to it within a very short time limit, and I mean very short. There's a time limit within the stage, too. I'm running around trying to kill this plant thing, but the motherfucker won't stay still. Come on, I'm running out of time! Fuck! The graphics look like some kind of weird cyber nightmare. I like it. It's kind of like a cross between Salvador Dali and H.R. Geiger. Other times, you're in a psychedelic limbo with clown music shooting at frogs. The background looks like one of those magic eye pictures, you know, the ones you're supposed to stare at and go cross-eyed. Each stage gets harder and pushes you to new levels of frustration. There's this stage where the screen keeps moving horizontally. If you don't make it through fast enough, you die. Sometimes you have to choose between taking the time to kill an enemy or just rushing through because you're gonna die anyway if you don't move your ass. Then there's this stage where the screen actually moves back and forth. The most difficult thing about this game is attacking. There's so many airborne enemies that you can't do anything about. I'm climbing on a fucking waterfall of diarrhea. I can't shoot up or down, and because the enemies are coming from up and down, that's really a fucking problem. Ugh, I can't shoot you! Get away from me! I'm getting murdered! I'm getting butt fucked up the dick! Then there's the sand stage where you have to fight a boss, but there isn't any foundation to be able to fight. You're jumping around in the sand trying to work your way to the bottom of the screen so you can shoot this guy, but every time you get low enough to shoot him, he shoots first and you gotta jump back up. You never get the chance. I wish all this fucking sand wasn't here. Then there's this stage where you have to shoot an eyeball on the ceiling, but there's no way to reach it unless you have full power up. But you can't go back and get any power up, so you're screwed. The only thing you can do here is wait for these mucus walls to build up, stand on the very edge right here, and then you have to face the opposite direction. And this is the only way you can hit this eyeball. But then good luck trying to avoid all the other shit coming at you. You can never pay attention to one thing at a time. This game is all about distractions, and it forces you to multitask. No matter how used to it you think you get, each level throws something different your way. You have to keep developing new strategies. This game is incredibly annoying, but it's also very stimulating. If the controls were less limited and some of its flaws were ironed over, I'd say it's an underrated NES classic. It gives you an adrenaline rush and it pisses you off just enough that you don't want to give up. Whenever you beat a stage after hours of trying, there's nothing more satisfying and triumphant than to hear that glorious sound. However, the final stage goes way too far. It's the most heartless and abominable end stage ever programmed. What you get here is an endurance round. You have to fight 3 bosses and then go on to a final boss who has 2 different forms, all on one single life. You die once, you go back. First, it's this fucking clam-shaped thing, then it's this fuck brain, then these 2 disappearing mummified armadillo robots in a room that randomly spouts fire all about. On top of trying to stay alive, you have to do it all before the time runs out. Oh look, I beat him, and the time's still going. Come on, I gotta get to the final boss. Yes, I made it. 2 seconds to spare. Then you get a cutscene. There's no way anybody's gonna bother to read this. Your heart is pounding so fast and you're ripping your hair out of your head wondering, what the fuck am I gonna have to fight now? I'm at the final boss. What is it? What is it? What? The fucking time limit? You think that after the cutscene the timer would start over. But no! You fight the 3 bosses, then it's the cutscene, then you fight 2 forms of the final boss. So that's basically 5 bosses in total, all on the same life bar and the same time limit. You get unlimited continues, so there's no excuse to shut off the game. You just keep playing and playing and playing. Eventually, you start to get good at it. You can blow through all these bosses, taking as little damage as possible, but then the time always runs out. So you do it real fast, but then you end up getting killed. Then you start to go through a phase where you get so frustrated that all the skill you've accumulated starts to weaken. So instead of getting better, you actually start to get worse because you've been playing the same fucking thing over and over. The final boss looks like a big blistering ball sack that swallowed Grimace. His only weak spot is the face. The ideal strategy is to climb on the wall and keep shooting, but your beam doesn't reach. Not without full power-ups. You can try jumping off and shooting, but that takes too long. You don't have time. When you're plowing through the stage, you gotta stop and get all the power-ups. But that wastes time too. But you gotta do it. You gotta somehow make it all happen. You can't beat one boss flawlessly, but then fuck up a little on the next one. You gotta 1. Beat all the bosses without getting hurt too much. 2. Get all the power-ups. And 3. Do it fast as shit. All in one perfect run. But once you do it, man, you're on the fucking top of the world. Yeah, boom, boom.
And that, my friends, is Street Fighter 2010. That's all I have to say. So Happy New Year, Happy New Decade. Am I forgetting anything? Yeah, forgot my fucking mail. Oh, hide lied. Just saying the name gives you a gag reflex like you're about to puke. Hide lied. Sounds so wretched and foul. Maybe it's pronounced hid-lied, but who knows? And who even knows what the fuck it means?
It's a typical adventure game where you play as a guy with a sword who has to explore a fantasy world, fight monsters, collect treasures, and rescue a princess. Picking up a game like this in itself is like embarking on an adventure. You can stick to the familiar NES classics, or you could be a brave explorer in search of the unknown. You might uncover a gem or a turd covered in vomit. And this is the turd covered in vomit. While the concept isn't very unique, the first thing you see is a dragon that shoots fire at a princess, making her explode into 3 fairies. I've never seen that happen. As soon as you start playing the game, the first thing that comes to anybody's mind is Legend of Zelda. Now be prepared, we're going to reference Zelda an awful lot. It seems like Hide Lied would have ripped off Zelda, but actually Hide Lied came first on the PC-88, which was a home computer in Japan. It came out on the NES after, following in Zelda 3. Imagine buying this game based on its cover, expecting something as good as Zelda, and then going home and playing it and finding out it's a piece of shit. If there's anything this game truly ripped off, it's the music.
Eu tava pensando exatamente nisso. Porra!
It's just a variation on the Indiana Jones theme, and it never stops. It's like winding up a music box and letting it play for an eternity, except for the last screen, which also sounds like Indiana Jones. Let's get down to the gameplay. Attacking is a joke. You're supposed to hold down the A button and run into the monsters. In Zelda, you actually see the sword come out. But here, there's nothing. Did they forget to animate it? Am I supposed to use my imagination like a fucking board game? When you kill something, they just disappear. Nothing happens. They don't burst or make a sound effect or do anything to make you feel the satisfaction of killing an enemy. There's no skill involved. You'll never know whether or not you're hitting the monster or the monster's hitting you. It's just as random as rolling the dice or playing the lottery. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But I guess it's better than using drugs or alcohol, because with drugs and alcohol, especially drugs, you always lose. If you're lucky, your experience will go up, but it only goes up 1 pixel at a time. If you want to level up, you gotta fill up the whole bar. This is what it looks like in fast speed, but can you imagine how long it takes to do this?
Hell.
You can't, unless you played it. You can also do a magic attack by pressing the B button, but it's really confusing. You have to scroll through your different magic spells, and when you get to the spell you want, hit the A button to be in attack mode, and then hit B to cast the spell. By the time you do all that, you're already dead! And what the fuck is this? Am I fighting a rock? Whenever you die, take a guess what happens. You go back to the beginning. Yep, it's one of those games. No extra lives, no continues, you don't get diddly dick. There is a password system, but it's the most perplexing, back-ass, and unorthodox use of a password I've ever seen in a game. First, you bring up the menu and go to save. That sounds pretty simple, right? You just save the game. But no, that's not at all how it works. All save does is give you a password, but it doesn't show you the password, and you'll never even know it's there until you go down to password. And there you go. Now you gotta write the fucking thing down. The time it takes to write it down and then re-enter it is almost the same time it takes to just start the game over. What were they thinking? They couldn't come up with a better way? How about just giving me the password after I die? How about extra lives? How about a continue option? Or even better, how about a battery backup like in Zelda and actually making save really save the game? Load? When would I ever want to load a game from within the game? If I died, I'd be doing this from the main menu screen with the password option, unlike the password option from the menu within the game, which gives you the password that you got from the save option. Speed? Do I really care what that does? Game? Does that let me pick a different game? Because that would be a good fucking idea. Even if you get used to this whole password fiasco, figuring out how to play the game is a puzzle itself. There's treasure chests, which some you can open and others you can't. Sometimes you go into dark caves, but this is suicide because you're just going to run into walls and get killed by fireballs. And sometimes you just die at complete random. There's probably something in the dark killing me, like a rat or some kind of pitfall. Who knows? You can't see it unless you get a lantern. To get the lantern, you have to kill a vampire. How do you kill the vampire? Oh, the cross, of course. Oh, wait, what the hell? Oh, you gotta hit him from the back. Ugh. Anyway, I got the lantern. Now I'm going back to that dark cave to figure out what the fuck was killing me. I don't see anything, so that only concludes there was nothing. That's a cheat if I ever saw one. The game kills you with nothing. Anyway, you make it through this maze and get a stronger sword, you write down the password, die, enter the password, pick up where you left off, make it a few steps further, write down the next password, die, re-enter the password, and repeat. You collect a pot, a jewel, and fairies from random trees. Then you go across the desert to the castle, which warps you to the water, and you swim to the island with the two wizards, hit them with the wave magic at the same time, obviously. The three fairies fly you to the island, burn the bush, grab the gravestone, kill the dragon, get the jewel, go back to the castle, kill the last guy, and you win. Do I feel accomplished? No. I feel like this game just wasted my fucking time, making me have to figure out all this cryptic shit. That's not to say Zelda didn't have its own cryptic shit. You have to burn a bush to reveal a staircase, and there's thousands of bushes where it could have been. There's a lake where you have to use a flute, a statue that you have to push, and a specific rock where you're supposed to lay a bomb. I'm only raising the question, what is it we love about all the puzzle solving that goes on in Zelda? Perhaps it wasn't as hard to figure out, maybe there were more clues within the game, and people discuss this game much more, sharing all the secrets. But I do have to admit, my first time playing through Zelda, I got stumped a lot too. Maybe it just boils down to the fact that it's a much more well-designed game, and it's fun, so you enjoy playing through it and trying to figure it all out.
Hide just doesn't have the same fulfillment. It's a mediocre adventure game with some serious flaws, and that's what you get for reaching into the dark depths of the NES library. You might as well be reaching into a dog's asshole, because all you're gonna find is shit. We're talking some real intense shit right here. We're talking Ninja Gaiden. Everyone always said Ninja Gaiden, but I know for a fact it's Gaiden. You know where I learned that?
A gente vê isso depois.
Você que é da
Chupa a minha rola!
Tá procurando por apartamentos, vai amar cada segundo desse
Porra de propaganda do caralho!
In early October of 1347, 12 trading vessels arrived at the port of Messina in Italy after an excursion to the Black Sea.
A porra do vídeo tava travando pra rodar a buceta da propaganda.
Caused a stir as they uncharacteristically struggled to dock. It would soon become clear why that was. Onlookers watched as crew members emerged from the ships. They were described as looking like skeletons covered in black boils, and the larger boils were ruptured, bleeding and oozing with pus. And there were very few of these skeleton men, because most of the crew members on these ships had died during the journey. This mysterious disease would take the lives of not just the few surviving crew members, not just the people who interacted with them, but everyone who was even in the vicinity of the ships. A contemporary account from Michael Platiensis, and translated by C.H. Clarke, describes the onset of the disease. Those infected felt themselves penetrated by a pain throughout their whole bodies and, so to say, undermined. Then there developed on the thighs or upper arms a boil about the size of a lentil, which the people called burn boil. This infected the whole body, and penetrated it so that the patient violently vomited blood. This vomiting of blood continued without intermission for 3 days, there being no means of healing it, and then the patient expired. Any attempts to contain this disease, which had already been decimating parts of Asia and northern Africa, had failed. People trying to escape this imminent death would just bring it with them. And over the course of 7 years, the bubonic plague had killed an estimated 50 million people, almost half the population of Europe. Throughout history, there had been a lot of theories about what might have caused this disaster. Perhaps it was a punishment from God. There's also something called miasma theory, which asserts that pandemics, and apparently also obesity, are caused by various forms of bad air. And in the case of the plague, it was thought that this bad air was caused by a Mars-Saturn conjunction, during which the planets Mars and Saturn look like they're close together when viewed from Earth. It should be noted, and I feel like some percent of you after I say this are going to become miasma theory believers, but it should be noted that this planetary alignment would happen once again in 1373, during which the plague was having a bit of a resurgence. But it should be noted that there are also 2 other resurgences before that without the Mars-Saturn conjunction. The true source of this disease would actually not be fully determined until 1894 during an outbreak of the plague in Hong Kong. Sent on a mission from the French government, a young bacteriologist named Alexandre Yersin was sent to investigate. When examining the patients, he would discover a bacterium that would come to bear his name, Yersinia pestis. But how does bacteria get there? Due to reports of dead rats being found before plague outbreaks, Yersin theorized that rats were somehow connected, and testing dead rats would in fact reveal that they did carry this bacteria. But clearly, rats were just going around biting people and then they die. The cause would be really obvious then. The actual connection would soon be discovered by Paul Louis Simond, another French biologist investigating the outbreak. After learning that people who handled the dead rats had also become infected, he suspected that the infection might actually be caused by the fleas that the rats carry, and testing the fleas would in fact reveal that they were the ones carrying it. He also found that the bacteria starves the fleas, which makes them feed much more aggressively. And then when their preferred meal, the rats, are all dead, it's only then that they basically move on to anything else, including people. And now at this point, you're probably wondering, when the fuck did this become the History Channel? This is just the 3rd episode of this series, and we already gotta go back to the 14th century. Well, you see, this ain't just history. A lot of you probably think of the bubonic plague as this thing that, it came in the Middle Ages and wiped out half the population and that was the end of it. That isn't so. Globally, there's still about 1,000 cases of the plague a year. And when I say globally, you're probably like, oh yeah, sure, those other parts of the world. Oh, Madagascar, it's not a real place. Well, let me tell you about a man in New Mexico. On March 8th of 2024, the New Mexico Department of Health issued a statement revealing that an anonymous man had died of the plague. Although the plague is now curable with antibiotics, this man would succumb to the disease, making him the first plague death in the US since 2021, which also is probably more recent than you thought.
É, caralho. Explicar um negócio aqui também como farmacêutico, vamos explicar. A teoria do miasma, ela surgiu na Grécia Antiga para justificar o porquê pessoas ficavam doentes. Não é porque não tinha muito como investigar mesmo, sabe? Então, eles acreditavam lá que era tipo ar ruim deixa a pessoa doente, a pessoa morre. Essa era a ideia. Essa é a ideia toda do negócio. Aí tem gente que teoriza, na verdade, que é as coisas com energia, essas coisas, o que sinceramente daria pra explicar com problemas de saúde relacionados à exposição à radiação, sabe, a energia nuclear, coisa nuclear, né? Seria uma explicação do tipo, alguns miasmas dessas épocas assim muito remotas podiam realmente ser não só bactéria, vírus, fungo, o caralho a quatro, mas também tipo algum tipo de exposição a materiais radioativos que existem na natureza, como o rádio, as partículas, sabe, o radônio, essas coisas, plutônio, urânio. Plutônio, principalmente, que o urânio ele tem que ser enriquecido para ficar radioativo, que nem o césio. O césio ele tem que ser enriquecido, tem que ser um isótopo dele, todo o urânio tem que ser um isótopo para ser radioativo. A questão do rádio, do urânio, né? Que o urânio 235 e o césio 137. Goiânia, né? E essa é a questão do... coisa que é rádio e plutônio é radioativo na própria natureza. Naturalmente já é radioativo. Até procurar aqui, ó, elementos químicos que são radioativos na sua forma base. Fica sem ser isótopo. Radioativos, deixa eu ver. Certo. Não esquece, plutônio é artificial. Mas assim, os naturais, urânio, rodônio, polônio, rádio, né? Jogar aqui a questão que eu quero procurar. Porque a questão do urânio é que ele é urânio, né? O urânio, que é radioativo, é o urânio 235, que é um isótopo do urânio. A questão do rádio é que ele é simplesmente radioativo e é um dos gases nobres. Aqui, ó. Aqui, isso aqui é interessante. Vai te fuder. Isso aqui é interessante, ó. Questão dos elementos radioativos. Os naturais são os que você encontra na natureza mesmo, tipo urânio, polônio, rádio. E os artificiais é tipo plutônio, radônio, que é um gás radioativo. Pensa nisso, um gás radioativo entra muito naquela ótica de ar ruim. E o outro é o americil. A questão que eu tava procurando é que não é isótopo, tipo... A questão é que é isso, tipo... Ou como que os caras vão explicar? O cara sentiu um cheiro esquisito e ficou todo zoado. Magia! Outra, como que os caras vão explicar? O cara tocou uma pedra e meio quente, pá, ficou doentaço, tipo quando o cara pega uma pedra de urânio. No caso lá do rádio, é a porra de um gás. No caso do césio, que é um pó. Voltando.
The statement went on to outline safety precautions to prevent getting the plague. In particular, you want to avoid contact with wild rodents like rats, rabbits, and squirrels. Particularly in New Mexico. I'll put a map up so you can see where the incidences are in the US. But New Mexico in particular is a hotspot for the plague. In New Mexico and the western US in general, these animals are known to carry plague fleas. These safety precautions include making sure your pets don't come into contact with these animals. And they pointed to another recent case in Oregon. This woman who lived in Oregon had gotten the plague from her cat. Fortunately, she survived, but her cat did not. On average, the US has 7 cases of the plague a year, with just 15 deaths reported between 2000 and 2023. It's highly curable now, especially when caught early. And due to generally better hygiene in the world, and the fact that when you get the plague, it's extremely visible, it's unlikely that this disease will ever be the one to wipe us all out again. But as is the case with a lot of bacterial infections, there are concerns that growing antibiotic resistance could make the disease more deadly in the years to come. For today's video, let's take a look at the wacky world of getting killed by rodents. This video is sponsored by Helix. We're in the middle of July, so it's getting kinda hot. And if you're like me, you need to be cold to sleep well. Well, Helix makes premium mattresses and bedding custom fit to your needs and shipped straight to your door. They have options to keep you cool at night, such as a Glaciotex cover sewn into your mattress, or you can get a Glaciotex mattress topper. Everyone sleeps differently, so Helix has you take a sleep quiz to match your body type and sleep preferences. I'm a side sleeper, so Helix set me up with a Sunset mattress. In a Wesper sleep study, participants' sleep performance was measured after switching to a Helix mattress from another brand. 82% of participants saw an increase in their deep sleep cycle. Say you don't want an entire new mattress. Now Helix offers a line of mattress toppers. I got the Ergo-Align mattress topper, which is great for preventing back pain and provides more support under your midsection. Helix delivers your mattress right to your door with free shipping in the US. It comes rolled up in a box and it's easy to set up. And to make sure you love your Helix mattress, they give a 100 nights sleep trial. You also get a 10-year warranty as well as financing options and flexible payment plans. I've been very happy to sleep on a Helix mattress for a few years now. And now's a great time to get one for yourself, because Helix is celebrating the 4th of July all month long. Just go to helixsleep.com/wang and you'll get 27% off through the end of the month. That's 27% off site-wide at helixsleep.com/wang. Hamsters are famous for dying in
Fuck off,
insane,
YouTube.
horrific ways. You'll find countless threads around on the internet with thousands of unique ways that hamsters have died.
Fuck off, YouTube,
Crushed,
you're fucking
exploded,
cuck.
electrocuted, you name it.
Cuck,
Oftentimes,
dude.
it's because they're given as pets to children who aren't prepared to take care of a
YouTube
living
is a
thing.
fucking
But
cuck.
also, hamsters are just fragile creatures.
Fuck you, cucktube.
E existe fazer. Você mesmo. É a diferença.
But what if a hamster got its revenge on the human race? It's more likely than you think. In October of 2024,
Fuck you, YouTube. You're a filthy, worthless cuck.
From the door of the Cariniera Health Center in Spain. Nearby
Fuck off, cuck god.
staffers spotted her and attempted to revive her, but to no avail. The woman, accompanied by her 2 children aged 11 and 17, had died. When the children were questioned, they said that their mother complained that she hadn't been feeling well for the past several hours, and this had gotten to a point where she knew she had to get medical help. This general feeling of malaise began after she was bitten by the children's pet hamster. Although it was never publicly confirmed whether or not this was the true cause of her death, it was noted that she suffered from severe asthma, which would greatly increase the chance of a severe allergic reaction being fatal. It was also noted that although allergies to hamster bites are very rare, if a bite is deep enough, it can cause a very severe reaction. Similarly, in May of 2018, it was reported that a retired Singaporean policewoman died after being bitten by her pet hamster. The woman was reported to have been a big fan of hamsters. She posted about them all the time. She had 2 of her own. Then one day the 2 hamsters get in a fight. She goes to break up the fight, and as she's pulling them apart, one of them bites her. In the time following the bite, her tongue became numb, and she began to lose feeling in one of her hands. Then as the symptoms progressed, she fell into a coma, and after 6 days in a coma, she passed away. The reporting around this particular story had gotten to a point where people were debating whether or not it was actually safe to have a hamster as a pet at all. But Singaporean hamster enthusiasts were quick to point out that literally anything in the world could cause a severe allergic reaction. And a doctor commenting on the case noted that it's very rare to die from a hamster bite because they don't produce venom. Interestingly enough, as a side note, I'm noticing that most of the hamster bite deaths I'm finding seem to be in Asia. That makes me wonder if perhaps Asians are more likely to have hamster bite allergies, or perhaps the hamsters in Asia carry more or different allergens. It could also be that Asian news outlets are just more interested in talking about this sort of thing, but in any case, as far as I can tell, it's not something that's been specifically investigated. Here's the case of another police officer, this time in Japan. In June of 2002, the police officer was sent to investigate reports of a ferret loose in a park in Oita Prefecture. After finding the criminal rodent, he tried to arrest it, but was bitten on his hand. It's unclear whether or not he successfully captured the beast, or for that matter whether the ferret was feral or if it was an escaped house pet. But in any case, the consequences would eventually be fatal, although not as quickly as with the hamster. After he was bitten by the ferret, it was likely that the area around the wound swelled up a bit and hurt. But you got bitten, that might seem kind of normal. But in fact, that was the beginning of a deadly bacterial infection. 3 months passed and the symptoms began to get much worse. And after having it checked out, it turned out that he had cellulitis. Cellulitis is a skin infection that's generally caused by the staph or strep bacteria. Antibiotics will typically clear this up, but if left untreated or if the infection is particularly severe, it'll eventually spread to your lymph nodes and throughout your bloodstream. Consequentially, the police officer would spend the next 17 years battling health problems because of this ferret bite, ultimately passing away in January of 2019. There was some pushback to attributing his death to the ferret bite, because since it happened on duty, his family would be entitled to compensation from the government. But ultimately, in November of that year, the investigation concluded that his death was caused by that ferret bite 17 years prior. The theme for this episode actually came about when I was talking about rat piss with my friend Susu. So here she is to tell you about yet another rodent-borne illness.
What do the deaths of a 26-year-old hotel employee, actor Gene Hackman and his wife, classical pianist Betsy Arakawa, as well as multiple strange deaths in the California and New Mexico region, all have in common? All were murdered by the same psychotic killer. The deceptively cute and harmless North American mouse. These adorable but evil peddlers of pestilence are some of the only known carriers of the rare and deadly hantavirus. It begins with flu-like symptoms and spirals out of control, leading to often fatal lung and heart problems. The first known case originated in 1978 in South Korea, near the Hantan River, of which the disease gets its name. This, too, was the dastardly doing of none other than the devious Epidemus agarius, commonly known as the striped field mouse. The mice are to blame. This extremely rare virus is what caused 26-year-old Rodrigo Becerra's life to be cut tragically short this March after he was exposed to the deadly contagion via rat droppings discovered at his place of work, the Mammoth Mountain Inn, located in Mammoth Lakes, California. I'd hate to look at those Yelp reviews. 3 other deaths were reported to have occurred in the same location. Coincidence? I think not. Hantavirus was the culprit once more. This is the very virus responsible for the passing of 65-year-old Betsy Arakawa in her New Mexico home on February 11th. Her husband, Gene Hackman, did not report her death. Why? Because he was dead. New Mexico Chief Medical Examiner Heather Jarrell explained this was likely due to Hackman, 95, suffering from late-stage Alzheimer's disease. The last recorded activity on the late actor's pacemaker was reported on the 17th, but his body tested negative for hantavirus. Hackman likely passed a week after his wife from cardiovascular disease and Alzheimer's. So, okay, maybe the mice didn't kill him, but they were clearly a part of it. They conspired. So let these tragic stories serve as a cautionary tale. Hantavirus has no cure, no vaccine, only treatment, and a 30 to 50% mortality rate. Don't disregard the horrors of hell just because there's only ever been a few hundred cases reported in the United States since 1993. The mice want us to downplay their atrocities. They are lying in wait to strike us when we least expect it. A rodent uprising is at hand. Protect your home from the mice menace. Call your friendly neighborhood exterminator to report any suspicious rodentivities. And live long enough to see the apocalypse. I'm Susu, reminding you to be secure, contain the virus, and stay protected. Thanks, Justin, for letting me be in your radio.
Praia pé de escola. A cerveja que desce redonda. Beba com moderação.
In April of 2005, a woman from Rhode Island began to suffer from an intense headache. This headache would persist for a week and ultimately culminate in a stroke that paralyzed one side of her body. Over the next few days, her symptoms would worsen, and in a few days, she was completely brain dead. Throughout her life, the woman had a history of hypertension, and it's likely that is what caused this to happen to her eventually. And upon her death, her family opted to donate her organs, feeling that it's what she would have wanted, to give someone else the gift of life. And 6 recipients were soon found. People received her liver, her lungs, 2 kidneys, and 2 corneas. Then the unexpected happens. Within just 3 weeks, 4 of the recipients began to show signs of an infection, fever, diarrhea, rashes, and as the symptoms progressed, 3 of these 4 recipients died in under a month, each one of them suffering from liver failure. It was clear that something was wrong with these organs, but how could that be? The woman didn't die from any kind of an infection. She had a stroke related to hypertension. Everything that happened to her was consistent with her known medical history, and there's no reason why those organs should have been unsafe. They were sure that it had to be some kind of an infection, but they were baffled as to how or what or why. After testing some tissue samples from the patients and the woman, it was found that all of the organs contained a virus called LCMV, lymphocytic choriomeningitis virus, typically found in the pee and poo of mice and rats. Now, while this sounds very gross, it's very likely that some of you have had this in your system. Maybe you have it right now in your system, but you don't know, because usually you don't get any symptoms at all from it. At most, maybe a little case of the sniffles. However, when you receive an organ transplant, to help your body accept the organ, they put you on drugs that suppress your immune system. Now all of a sudden you have this virus that normally does nothing, and it's free to wreak havoc on your body. Fortunately for the 4th organ recipient, they figured this all out before it was too late. They reduced the amount of immunosuppressants he was on, and he survived. Now, back to the donor, she had no signs of this virus at all. Died of causes that certainly had nothing to do with it. So they were trying to figure out how it got into her system. At first they were investigating for rat infestations, mice infestations, but they couldn't really find anything. And then they found out that one of her family members had just gotten a pet hamster. This family member was also the only one who also tested for antibodies to the virus. While they couldn't 100% rule out the possibility that she did get it from a mouse or a rat, in all likelihood she did get this virus from the hamster. The Rhode Island Health Department assured the public that what happened here is exceptionally rare, and people receiving organ donations shouldn't be afraid of this happening. In fact, the CDC only had a record of this ever happening one time before, out of, millions of organ donations. But you just gotta understand, a hamster doesn't need to bite you to kill you. Anyway, it's all for now. Once again, shout out to Susu for helping with this video. I'm gonna link her channel in the description. If you like this video, turn on notifications, and check out my video about some of the horrors throughout the history of cryonic freezing. I'm out.
K-pop Demon Hunters, one of the biggest animated hits we've ever seen on Netflix. It's currently taking the web by storm and has also topped musical charts on both Apple and Spotify. It's like this fandom for the movie just exploded overnight and has been snowballing ever since. Meanwhile, you got Elio, a film that was a box office disaster and was the biggest flop in Pixar's history. A movie that virtually went under the radar and most general audiences ignored.
Porque a porra da Disney decidiu que tal não divulgar a porra do filme. Empresa de merda do caralho.
So that begs the question, why did K-pop Demon Hunters blow Pixar out of the water? Is Pixar creatively stagnant? And if so, why? Despite the financial success of Inside Out 2 in 2024, there have been a lot of people criticizing Pixar and its current state of affairs. There is no denying that K-pop Demon Hunters did something right here, while Pixar fell on its face. I just want to know why. Yes, I know it has to do with the mouse, but there's more to the story than just that. So, let's find out. But real quick, this video is brought to you by Helix Sleep. Folks, it's July, and it sucks as far as how humid and hot and awful it is outside, but I'll say this though, it is the most patriotic month of the whole dang old year. Our forefathers fought to maintain our independence from tyranny and your blanket of freedom. But we didn't have the you base or hotel, a tear in my eye, fighting for you to provide on the link in the description box down below to take advantage of our exclusive 4th of July partnership deal and get 27% off store-wide. Doing so helps us out, as well as getting you started on a journey towards better sleep. I mean it, folks, the Helix mattress I have is the best mattress I've ever had. I 100% approve them. So thanks to Helix for partnering up with us for this video. And now, back to the video. Okay, before we start, what is K-pop Demon Hunters even about? We need some context here. And yes, by the way, spoilers ahead. Here we go. Long ago, demons consumed the souls of humans to feed a powerful demon force called Kima. But a trio of demon hunters used the power of song to vanquish them and protect humanity, sealing them behind an interdimensional barrier called the Hanmoon. This group reincarnates throughout the centuries, eventually bringing us to the present, which is our main cast, Rumi, Mira, and Zoe, who are the members of a K-pop group called Huntrix, and are close to saving enough souls to create a golden Hanmoon, one that would seal off the demon barrier for good. But twist, Rumi is secretly half hunter and half demon. Ooh, it sounds like my fanfic, which has slowly affected her singing voice. To make matters worse, the girls have a new rival group to deal with called the Saja Boys. They're secretly demons, masquerading as humans to steal their fans and feast on the souls using catchy music. Jinu, the leader of the Saja Boys, figures out Rumi's secret during combat. He forms an uneasy alliance with her, as Rumi claims the Golden Hanmoon can break his deal with Guima, releasing him from being a demon prisoner from the guilt and shame of his former life. He must have been a brony. Keeping this secret slowly causes an emotional rift between Rumi, Mira, and Zoe, with everything culminating at the Idol Awards. Not American Idol. It's a year 2000 joke. What am I talking about? However, the Saja Boys demons trick Mira and Zoe backstage, with two demons disguised as them, revealing Rumi's demon markings to the entire audience. Huntrix splits up as the Saja Boys hold a large concert at Namsan Tower to steal the souls of the entire audience. Rumi's foster mother, Celine, is in denial about controlling Rumi's demon side. She completely intends on covering up Rumi's markings. But Rumi rejects her, as she resents having to feel ashamed of who she is. All hope seems lost, as Mira and Zoe are entranced during the Saja Boys' performance. I don't blame them. That is until Rumi arrives to fight Guima. as she sings what it sounds like, a song about self-acceptance and owning your flaws without shame. I feel that way whenever I eat at Wendy's. Rumi is nearly overpowered by Guima, but Jinu sacrifices himself and his soul to protect her. This burst of power conquers Guima, creating a rainbow Hanmoon while protecting and restoring peace to the city. So yeah, I had so much fun watching this movie. After over 7 years in production, you can really tell how much care was put into making it, as the crew was intent on bringing an authentic Korean perspective to the storytelling. Plus, they did that entire trope of the power of music defeating evil. Picks me a bit back to rock and roll. For those who know, you know. And while I don't think K-pop is a perfect movie, I think it's incredibly solid for what it is. I also really liked how they explained demon influence as a voice in your head that reinforces your worst fears and insecurities as a means of control. That definitely feels like a pretty universal experience. But during my research for this video, I think this narrative choice is supposed to be related to the Korean social concept of shemyeon, or saving face. Apparently, there's a lot of unspoken pressure to always be seen as socially acceptable and upstanding in Korean society. So to my understanding, looking bad or making a public faux pas, even accidentally, carries a ton of shame and worry about how the effects of it can change how someone is perceived by others. I'm bringing this up because many of the lead characters all go through big moments of feeling inauthentic to themselves internally for the sake of a public performance or protecting a relationship by not saying what they mean. Especially with Rumi and her relationships with Mira, Zoe, and Jin.
Hell.
She's only able to come to terms with those problems by owning them without shame. Now, my biggest complaint about the movie ties also into this shemyeon concept, though. I really wish they would have explained more on how these unspoken insecurities affected Mira and Zoe. We get some brief hints of it in the film, but I really wish they both had some additional backstory. Maybe something about Mira being completely disowned or estranged from her family for being unconventional to the point that Huntrix is her only emotional support network. Or maybe that Zoe struggles being fluent speaking Korean or adapting to life in South Korea because she's partially from the US. But I think the one character that would have benefited from this the most would have been Rumi's mother. We know Celine became her guardian after her mother died. But I think the impact could have been more powerful if we saw the issues between her and her mother from the start. Maybe she was worried about hugging Rumi or forbade her from doing certain activities like swimming that would have revealed her demon marks. But oh,
deixa eu ver um negócio aqui. Fuck 'em. Não tenho mais o que costurar. Por hora. Não acho que vai dar certo, mas vamos tentar aqui. Isso primeiramente quando... Bem, acho que... Gente, não dá. Acho que não dá pra mais. Sim, não, né? Mas vamos tentar. Isso. Dá pra fazer assim. Deixa eu ver. Vai te fuder. Isso aqui é bem difícil, porra. Tipo, sozinho. Eu como faço? Consegui. Você se descarrega demais nessa calça. Vai tomar no cu, cara. Vamos lá. A capa ficou bem mais pra trás agora. Oh. Ainda tô usando, como dá pra ver aqui, amarrado, né?
Overall, despite my criticisms, K-pop Demon Hunters is incredible for its style and vision alone. We need more movies like this that take a leap of faith. And it has paid off handsomely for both Sony and Netflix. And K-pop fangirls everywhere. But then you got Elio, one of Pixar's biggest fumbles.
Peraí. Tirar umas fotos. Eu vou tirar umas fotos, porque tá foda o visual. Deixa eu... pegar meu celular. Ah, se fuder, essa toalha de merda. Opa. Deixa eu... Nossa, ficou uma bosta. Bora foto zoada. Essa ficou muito zoada, velho. Que agora? Tirar assim a jaqueta de couro. Vamos tirar certo? Cap. Que acho que tá fazendo. Que diabo tá fazendo esse barulho do caralho, essa jaqueta, velho? Puta que pariu, vai se fuder sua porra de jaqueta. Sério, eu vou colar essa merda aí. Se a gente colocar primeiro esse bracelete. Primeiro que vier pentear o. Ah, vá se fudeu, ó. Se fudeu, só que pentear o cabelo, cara. Isso é estúpido. Sério, vocês vão ver como é que eu coloco o bracelete agora. Ó. Foi um. O outro é mais chato pra colocar porque é no braço esquerdo. Vejam. Ah, vocês não estão vendo. Vejam. Aqui. Ó. Esse aqui, como eu não gosto esquerdo, eu tenho uma dificuldade de fazer assim com o braço. Então eu tenho que puxar com a boca. Tira outra foto, né, filha da puta? Ó. Sério, quando você não quer tirar foto, tira, né, filha da mãe? Que pariu, seu filho da puta. Ó. Olha, ficou uma bosta, hein? Escorrega um pouco. Correto seria eu pedir ajuda pra outra pessoa amarrar o bracelete pra mim, né? Mas foda. Vou fazer sozinho, né? Agora. Tá de ponta cabeça. Agora qual é a questão? Eu quero dar de ponta cabeça. Aqui. Mais ou menos. Encontrei o capuz. Primeiro passo para colocar isso aqui é encontrar o capuz da capa. Aí. Aqui. Oh, não vai tomar, vai tirar foto da porra ainda. Tô colocando a capa ainda. É só pra deixar claro, a capa sempre arrasta um pouco no chão. Só que quando ela tá por cima da jaqueta, ela arrasta mais ainda. isso aí, eu derrubo a webcam. Não vou pegar a adaga, não. Eu não vou pegar a minha adaga porque eu vou derrubar a webcam no chão se eu pegar ela. Esquece a adaga. A câmera já tá tudo espenteado de novo, ó. Essa é a live que eu mais pintei o meu cabelo durante a live. E agora? Tá a cadeira. Bom. Pera aí. Não, pera aí. Pena que não tem como tirar foto assim. Pela webcam. Na verdade tem, mas o botão fica na webcam, caralho. Tipo. Bem em cima dela, então. Isqueiro. Isso que o cara tá tirando essa pastilha com tudo forme, basicamente. Pensar nisso.
Lot of new information. Where do I even begin? By the way, folks, I already did a full review of Elio a few weeks ago. But in case you did not see that video, shame on you. Or you're waiting for the movie to come out on Disney Plus, here's a really quick plot summary. Elio is a young boy who does not fit in on Earth. Or at the very least, he causes a lot of headaches for his aunt Olga and is more preoccupied with trying to get in touch with aliens than making new friends. But then one of his transmissions accidentally reaches outer space. He's taken away by a group of alien ambassadors in the Communiverse, a large organization full of alien leaders.
Você vai querer jantar?
Já vou. Já volto, otários. Eu voltei. Filha da puta.
There's coexisting throughout space. Then things go awry when the notorious warlord, Lord Gragon, threatens to take over the Communiverse by force when he's not allowed to become a member. Elio lies, claiming he's the ambassador of Earth, and offers to make peace with Gragon in order to join their ranks. But because he's a kid, Elio is obviously terrible at negotiations and only escapes to the ship with the help of Gragon's son, Glorden. Elio and Glorden are misfits in their own worlds, but find a lot to like in each other. Glorden has no interest in becoming a warlord like his father, and Elio does not feel wanted on Earth after the recent death of his parents. Together, they conspire to use clones to avoid having to deal with their real lives. But both Olga and Gragon are suspicious of their doubles and do whatever it takes to get their real kids back. I think the most obvious issue with Elio from the start was the story. Like, the more I think about it, the more I see it as a hot mess. A lot of things just happen because they need to happen to get from point A to point B. The version of the story we ended up with is serviceable. Glorden was a cute character. There are some fun aspects to this film. It tries to tug at your heartstrings, but it's not exceptionally memorable. Just fine. It's fine. And the word fine is never a term you want to use to describe a Pixar movie. Historically, they've been really good at making movies that were both fun and thought-provoking. And lately, well, that's become increasingly less of a given for them. I'd rather be... angry than indifferent after seeing a Pixar movie. That was not the case here. Sure, I typically blame Disney for going out of their way to clip their wings from a creative standpoint. Because, yeah, generally, it's their fault. But I'm also sorry to say this time, the call is also coming from inside the house, as Elio was also meddled with directly by Pixar's upper management too. At the time of my original review, I honestly did not know the extent of just how messy this production was.
Eu sou cliente Bradesco desde 85. Eu sei exatamente o que todo cliente pensa. É tipo um superpoder. Preste atenção. Para quem ama tratamento VIP,
But that changed after the release of an explosive article about Elio's development in The Hollywood Reporter. Plainly explains why the finished movie feels like such a nothing burger. It was completely nerfed and gutted from the inside out. Not that movie. I mean the turn of phrase. The biggest revelation being that Elio was intended to be a queer-coded character, even in a subtle way through combining fashion and environmentalism. Insider statements couldn't agree on whether this was included as a nod to Adrian Molina, the original director and producer of Elio, who is openly gay, but the crew opted to make Elio more masculine instead. But an anonymous former artist tied to the film claimed any message the film originally had was getting watered down, stating, quote, "It was pretty clear through the production of the first version of the film that studio leaders were constantly sanding down these moments in the film that alluded to Elio's sexuality of being queer," end quote. Apparently, the entire production had to pivot after the first cut of the movie was test screened in Arizona during 2023. The audience had liked the movie just fine, but the studio wanted to know by a show of hands if they'd actually pay to see it in theaters. Brutally, not a single person raised their hand. As if that wasn't enough of a gut punch, the first test screening for Pixar's management went even worse. By the end of it, Pete Docter had seemingly lost faith in the project under Adrian's direction, replacing him with Domeshi and Madeline Sharafian. The new direction they were tasked to go with turned some artists off, with this choice being seen as Pixar trading integrity for marketability. One of the crew members who did go on record was Sarah Ligotek, a former assistant editor who was heartbroken seeing the production altered so drastically, stating, quote, "I was deeply saddened and aggrieved by the changes that were made. The exodus of talent after that cut was really indicative of how unhappy a lot of people were that they had changed and destroyed this beautiful work," end quote. Of course, there's no full consensus from the other artists who worked on the movie, but it's clear that this was going to be a divisive move no matter what. The crew that did stick around had their work cut out for them. But Elio was getting moved down the bench as a priority for Disney and Pixar. It stopped being a new movie to look forward to. It shifted into being an obligation to get off their plates. And that is never a good spot for a Pixar film. To go from like Soul to how Turning Red was mistreated to Elemental, it's just a losing streak, and it's very obvious. Like there's something wrong with the studio. But that leads us to the main question of this video. Why did K-pop Demon Hunter succeed where Elio failed? I mean, obviously, these movies could not be more different, but they're both solid case studies for where the animation industry is at this point. They're polar opposites in what and what not to do when it comes to creative vision, knowing your demographic, marketing approaches, and effective distribution. To call K-pop Demon Hunters a labor of love would be a gross understatement. Because in the hands of any other studio than Sony, this movie realistically would not exist. And when Netflix isn't flushing money down the toilet, making another Squid Game or Stranger Things iteration, they can very occasionally back something really creative and fun. Like the finest kimchi in the land. K-pop was given the time to mature, to ferment into a spicy and memorable experience. That's my convoluted way of saying the production wasn't rushed. And they were actually allowed to take their time to refine things. The original version was pitched 7 years ago and was actively being developed for 4 years starting in late 2021. Hey, it's funny how a better movie happens when you're not crunching the animators to death, right? Hey, executives, you, right there. Executives, listen to this. Let the artists create. Give them time. Pay them well. Paying attention? Yeah? They're not. The story for K-pop Demon Hunters was conceived by Maggie Kang, a Korean-Canadian storyboard artist best known for her work on the Lego Ninjago movie and Rise of the Guardians. She wanted to show more positive depictions of Koreans in animation, with the inspiration for this movie partially coming from the rise of BTS during the pandemic. She had seen a few of their virtual concerts during lockdown and noticed how it lifted the morale of so many fans during a really chaotic period. Kang also co-wrote the story and co-directed the movie with her colleague, Chris Appelhans. After working on Wish Dragon together, she came up with the concept by wanting to expand Korean folklore, stating, quote, "I wanted to just make a movie that was set in Korean culture. So I delved into mythology, demonology, for something that could be visually unique from what we've seen in mainstream media. I thought about a daily job that they could do. K-pop just came to mind and became the pitching point of the movie."
Wix, uma plataforma, todos os tipos de site. Criatividade ilimitada. Descreva suas necessidades e objetivos e a IA transformará seu briefing personalizado.
End quote. In fact, Maggie boarded the film's entire opening sequence as a proof of concept to get K-pop greenlit. The project was officially put into development by Sony Animation in March of 2021. The concept for K-pop Demon Hunters is so specific, so girly, and yes, so Korean, that it becoming such a viral hit worldwide did surprise me at first. But honestly, I think that commitment from K-pop's crew owning their identity and being so unapologetically authentic has helped them tremendously. But if the biggest criticism I have is wanting more from this movie, then I think that's a pretty good sign, all things considered. And it looks like Maggie was already well aware of how much they could expand on the existing story. In an article with Variety, she stated, quote, "We've set up so much for potential backstory. Obviously, there's a lot of questions that are left unanswered and areas that are not explored. And we had to do that because there's only so much movie you could tell in 85 minutes. This was Rumi's story, and we have backstories for Zoe and Mira, ones that we actually put in the movie, but it just kind of rejected it. It just wasn't the movie for those stories," end quote. The success of K-pop also goes to highlight why Elio feels so bland and forgettable in comparison. It's especially heartbreaking because there was a good story in there once. We as an audience just never got to see it because it didn't test well. Honestly, hearing about that in the article specifically really pissed me off. There's a number of reasons that could be the case. People not going to the theaters as frequently, not having children at home, possible political demographic conflicts given the story's original focus. Or, the obvious elephant in the room. The fact that Disney has been training audiences to undervalue original Pixar movies since the peak of the pandemic. Luca, Turning Red, Soul, all of these films have been thrown under the bus. What started off as Disney's business decision to accommodate negative global circumstances has gradually warped into a flimsy excuse for them to dump original Pixar movies straight onto Disney Plus when they feel like it. I have a friend who has a kid, and I asked him about Elio back in June, and he said, we'll wait till Disney Plus. That's a bad situation for Pixar to be in. To me, this feels like a subconscious move for people to view them as though they're lesser movies just because they're not from a pre-existing franchise and don't have a 2, 3, 4, or a 5 behind the title. If nothing else, I think it's safe to say Pixar's in the middle of an image crisis. And it's not realistic for them to constantly dwell on their past successes all the time. It keeps them from being fully invested and making future classic films with the time needed to allow them to fully be formed. So, where does that leave things with Sony from here? Well, when you inadvertently create one of the most revolutionary animated movies in decades, it leaves big shoes to fill. And sure, Sony's animated films have been kind of hit or miss over the years. Especially in the early years. Never again. But I do appreciate that they still try new things. They've been leaning further into going more experimental and expressive when it comes to CGI animation. And they're also one of the few major animation studios willing to take a risk on something this specific. But when they do take a big risk and fully commit to letting the production team cook, it pays off for them in a big way. Now, does K-pop reach the same heights for Sony as Into the Spider-Verse? No.
Rapidamente dei um negócio pra costurar. Isso não vai ser bonito de se ver.
But it doesn't have to. Not every new movie needs to be that impactful to have its own merit. This movie, though, is still such a breath of fresh air from all the bad news surrounding animation lately. At least in terms of projects getting delayed, axed, or otherwise pushed aside. Audiences need this movie right now, and the industry absolutely does too. Personally, I would love to see the girls return for any kind of encore. Maybe a boy band from America who are also demon hunters. I don't know. Let's mix it up. It's NSYNC. They're back. Here's hoping Netflix is willing to book K-pop demon hunters for another world tour. And for Pixar, you guys need a serious conversation with Disney because there's something wrong. You got to get your house in order. I think everyone can see the writing on the wall. But hey, there's that cat movie coming out soon. That looks good. I want to see that. Unfortunately, that sequel rumor for Ratatouille, that was fake. Thank God. Toy Story 5, though?
Why?
But hey, folks, those are just my overall thoughts. What did you all think? Tell me down below in the comments. I'll see you all next time.
Pra que um Toy Story 5? O quarto já foi desnecessário. Oh, peraí, acabou o vídeo.
Hey all, Scott here. In my spare time, I like to pit two entities picked at random against each other. Let's see what the first fighter is. Okay, it's gonna be myself, guilty as charged. Let's see who's next. Okay, Gizmondo widescreen. I already compare myself enough to that every day. What's the category we're fighting in? This isn't even Gizmondo widescreen's first win. The Wii U actually released. What did you do today? 250 games/babies are born every minute. They're both bustling industries. But because of how many games start development, it's fair to expect a good chunk of them to never reach completion. Game projects get canceled. It happens. They're such complicated pieces of media that sometimes things just end up failing to come together. But if games are so complicated, how complicated are the cartons you play them on? Because I'm not trying to downplay how difficult video games are to work on, but the video game consoles themselves, that's a whole different story. To successfully create a video game platform, a company has to talk to hundreds of other companies to see what they want out of gaming hardware, make deals, get games to come to the platform, get exclusive games in development, advertise the system itself alongside the games for it, create unique features, menu systems, all for a reasonable price. Developing a game system not only requires the creation of hardware, but fundamentally requires getting multiple other games in development, and because of that, yet not a lot of people make game systems as a hobby. I mean, EA could probably put out their own platform if they wanted to, but I have multiple questions, and they're all, why would they do that? There's a reason only 3 big console manufacturers exist now, and whenever somebody else tries to enter the ring, everybody can't stop laughing. It is incredibly risky to create a video game platform. With how much money has to get poured into not only creating the hardware, but funding exclusive game development, it's obvious why it's a 3-man game. But that's not to say others haven't tried or the big guys haven't attempted to launch other consoles with plans falling through. Cancelled game consoles are some of the most elusive portions of video game history. I mean, even if a company is developing a console and things aren't going too hot, I mean, Jesus, man, you've already spent this much money. Just release it for kicks at that point. A game that's never seen the light of day. We're all pretty used to that. A game console itself, though, that's a bit more rare. Full platforms that were planned yet never saw the light of day, and what do you know, one of them happened to be Atari Game Brain. Oh yeah, of course, the Atari Game Brain. Can't have video games without the Atari Game Brain. The Game Brain was designed to play 10 of Atari's games at home. Pong, Super Pong, Ultra Pong, Video Pinball, the classics. This was in the era of the Pong console. Cheap little consoles you could buy that do one thing and one thing well. Play Pong. The Game Brain was a bit different though. It was sort of a Pong console, sort of a regular video game platform. See, it would have had cartridges and you could play different games by swapping out the cartridges. But it would only be able to play those 10 games. It wasn't designed to have a limitless library of titles. It was fundamentally a Pong console with a few variations of Pong you could select, but those variations would have been sold as separate cartridges to be... They decided against releasing the system because, I mean, the Atari 2600 was already out at that point. Who wanted this? Well, Atari was not one to shy away from releasing game consoles because around this time they were developing a handheld system, the Atari Cosmos. The big selling point of this thing was going to be its holographic display. It was 1981. From what I could gather, the Cosmos had only 9 games planned for it, and all of them were pretty much programmed into the system itself, kind of like the Game Brain. The cartridges you would use to activate the games contained the holograms, which I believe were pretty much those 3D looking pictures that move when you do. So one of the games was Asteroids. I believe you'd be playing Asteroids with a 3D looking picture in the background. Well, at least it wasn't the Intellivision 3. There's a reason these two things never came together. The Intellivision, Mattel's competitor to the Atari 2600, had a phone controller. It'll always have that against me. The Intellivision 2, Mattel's answer to fan demands for another Intellivision. It was a cheaper version of the Intellivision. I love their use of 2. But the Intellivision 3 was supposed to be a true successor, like a next-gen system. What the hell was the point of calling this one 2? But no, the Intellivision 3 wasn't the real next-gen system. That was going to be the Intellivision 4. Intellivision 3 was just to hold consumers over until that fateful day. I have specifically thought to myself, I will never legitimately say this, but Mattel lost their minds. Let's go back to Atari. You ever use the Atari 2600 and say, I wish it would sit on my lap? Well, they almost had you covered. The CX2500 and CX2000, these were to be budget versions of the 2600, but this time with the controllers on the console itself. Sure, I mean, I'm open to bullshit. There was going to be the Atari 2700, which was basically a version of the 2600 with built-in wireless controllers. You could buy a wireless adapter for the original system, but sadly this variant never saw the light of day. Then they worked on the Atari Mirai, which is famous for nothing. The system's purpose was never known. All we know is that somebody found the outer casing and it never released.
Mal e Mona, juntos outra vez! Vai ser mais difícil do que tudo que enfrentamos.
Foda-se.
That's it. Things would be truly different if the Atari Mirai actually released. For starters, I wouldn't be talking about it right now. But the Conix multi-system has one leg up on the Mirai. It has like this much more information out there. You could have gotten a chair with it. This system was supposed to be the most immersive thing on the planet. It had so many different controller configurations, force feedback, a chair you could have gotten with it. This was supposed to be the ultimate video game system. Half of this stuff seems like the fake kind of video game accessories you'd see people playing with in movies, but this was real life. Conix pretty much bit off more than they could chew with this thing. They crammed so much in here that it just wasn't feasible to release. The multi-system faded away, and the remnants of the project were purchased by Atari and eventually became the Atari Jaguar. Good. Speaking of the Jaguar, Atari was creating a system alongside it called the Panther. But this was scrapped to put more resources into the more powerful system. Listen, I love hotel rooms. You get free water bottles and bed bugs, but what I love most is when you have those hardwired video game controllers connected to the TV where you could play games for a small giant fee on your hotel bill. Well, what if there was a console that was like playing hotel games at home? The Taito Wow Wow Woo Woo was already copyrighted. It was going to play games off of CD, or for a small fee you could download games via satellite. It's a hotel in the home. This was canceled probably due to budgetary reasons. At the time it was a bit expensive cramming a CD-ROM drive and a satellite receiver into one console. Around the same time, Bandai was trying out their own CD-based game console, the Bandai HET, or HAT, or Home Entertainment Terminal. You guys know me, I love video game console names that sound like airports. So this was pretty much a Super Famicom with a CD drive and in the form of a laptop with various other features that I have no idea how they'd be used. It was portable and had a stylus for Super Famicom games. So why was Bandai making their own Super Famicom? Well, this isn't the most obscure thing out there. Various third-party companies have produced their own version of video game hardware with the permission of the original companies. But that's the thing, I don't think Nintendo wanted this. A Super Famicom you could use a stylus on. Yeah, you can also play it on the bus, I guess. And that brings us to one of the most well-known canceled game consoles of all time, or in this case, add-ons. Sega released the Sega CD add-on for the Sega Genesis. CDs were the future, after all. Nintendo looked at that and said, oh man, we need to f*** up too. They partnered with Sony to make the SNES CD, an add-on for the Super Nintendo that would be able to play games off of a CD. After Nintendo reread their contract with Sony, it was lame, so they partnered with Philips instead for this imaginary CD add-on that never came out. That's the excuse everybody gives when they're hiding something. The SNES CD add-on never came out, regardless of it being manufactured by Sony or
porcaria
the initial first partnership, Sony created their own version of the SNES with the CD add-on built in, the Nintendo PlayStation. Well, thank God Nintendo killed the deal with Sony. They definitely saved some money by not releasing a CD add-on and instead created their biggest competitor ever, who they've consistently lost to time and time again. At least it didn't make the Atari Jaguar Duo. Oh my God, Atari, piss out. Atari reigned supreme in terms of most unreleased shit. The Jaguar Duo, it was simply combining the Jaguar and Jaguar CD add-on to create something you didn't want to play. Now, Sega originally had plans to create a console in between the release of the Genesis, Sega CD, 32X, and the Sega Saturn. That would be called the Sega Neptune. This was to be a Sega Genesis with a 32X built in, a 32-bit cartridge-based console, not to be confused with the Sega Saturn, a 32-bit CD-based console, or the Sega Jupiter, another canceled 32-bit cartridge-based console, or the Sega Pluto, a canceled Sega Saturn with the Netlink adapter built in. I took an astronomy class once, this was all I took away from it. Around this general time was when Nintendo was working on a new handheld entitled Project Atlantis. It had a whole bunch of this in 1995. That wasn't gonna work. So they held off on the core concept until the Game Boy Advance in 2001. That's the thing, a lot of these canceled systems were just a bit too ahead of their time. That's comparable to the Panasonic M2 back in '96. It may have included DVD playback, and this Hasbro thing. It was canceled around the same time, this one focusing on VR. Like, come on, DVDs and VR in '96? Half of these systems were being made by companies who just Who just couldn't do stuff like that? Cutting edge graphics. Hasbro. All these handhelds never came out because, yeah, I mean, handhelds may have been an easier investment than big boy home consoles, but Nintendo cornered the handheld market. Get out of here, Nano Gear. The Infinium Phantom, a console for playing PC titles. What? It was supposed to be released back in 2004 and would have been a digital-only console. You just downloaded the games. It was fairly ahead of its time, and because of that, they kept delaying it until they lost all their money. Can you believe a company called Infinium wasn't trustworthy? But then we have the Panasonic Jungle. Yes, Panasonic has had quite the history of consoles, going from eek to yikes to what? The Jungle was going to be a handheld for playing MMOs. Good for them. Of course, I don't want to make fun of these consoles too much. They never came out. It's rude to mock things that never officially released. It's like making fun of a fetus.
E aí, seus herdeiros de dívida, relaxa que estamos no mesmo barco. Eu sou o seu Luiz do canal Colônia Contra-Ataca. Sejam bem-vindos a mais um Old School, a série que analisa os jogos antigos da Warner aqui no canal Warner Play. E hoje vamos analisar o... É sério? Como assim esse jogo é velho? Ele não é Old School ainda! Não brinca. Tudo isso? 2015. Foi há 10 anos atrás. Alguém pode parar o tempo, por favor, porque tá me deixando velho. Mas vamos rever Mortal Kombat X, o 10º jogo da série Mortal Kombat. A gente já fez review de todos os jogos do Mortal Kombat até o 9º jogo aqui no Warner Play. E deixamos o X de fora por ainda estar meio cedo. Mas chegou a hora. Eu sei que é meio estranho ver um review de jogos velhos de um jogo relativamente não tão velho. Mas não tem o que fazer, eventualmente essa hora chega pra todos. Se você achou isso um absurdo, então bem-vindo ao clube dos idosos que estão vendo as coisas que gostam ficarem velhas. Isso ficou meio mórbido, não ficou? Mas pensa assim, Mortal Kombat X é o penúltimo jogo da série. Lembre-se, quando lançou o Mortal Kombat 3, o primeiro jogo também era considerado velho, não era? Então já deixa o seu like se você conhece esse jogo e se inscreva no Warner Play sem esquecer de ativar o sininho de notificações para não perder as novidades da Warner e as não tão novidades que eu trago pra vocês aqui na série Old School. É isso aí, Mortal Kombat X, lançado há 10 anos atrás, em 2015, já é material de Old School. Quando esse jogo lançou foi o bicho. Esse tecnicamente é o primeiro Mortal Kombat com um gráfico em 3D mais realista. Os personagens têm proporções mais naturais, saca? Não são hiper musculosos parecendo brinquedos igual foi no Mortal Kombat 9. E eles também têm expressões faciais bem detalhadas, porém ainda não tá no nível hiper realista igual nos dois jogos mais recentes. Como posso dizer, aqueles ainda têm cara de boneco de videogame. Tudo aqui também é bem escuro, dark, trevoso, às vezes até demais, fazendo ser difícil entender o que tá acontecendo na luta. Mas tem que admitir que é uma atmosfera bem da hora e combina bastante com o visual de pesadelo que a série tem. As roupas também estão super bem detalhadas, com textura HD e cheio de física nos tecidos, é maravilhoso. E claro, sangue pra todo lado voando e sujando a arena durante a luta, como tem que ser em todo Mortal Kombat. Então tudo no visual é muito bom, tirando uma coisa que me incomodou um pouco, que é o suor que fica nos personagens. Isso é bem coisa de começo de geração de PlayStation 4 e Xbox One, que fizeram bastante isso, principalmente nos jogos de esporte, pra demonstrar o poder do videogame, mas aqui acho que exageraram no efeito. Dá pra notar na vitória do Scorpion que o ombro dele fica lotado de gotículas grandes demais de suor. Isso deve atacar a tripofobia da galera por aí. Parece até calcanhar de maracujá. Pelo amor de Deus, não pesquisa isso. O jogo tem vários modos, como o clássico arcade das torres, que você vai avançando, podendo fazer fatalities pra ganhar mais moedas pra gastar na cripta, até chegar nos chefes. Goro, que voltou a ser o chefão resistente que bate forte, e depois o Shinnok, que é o antagonista desse jogo, e voltou do Mortal Kombat 4. Eu nunca levei o Shinnok muito a sério, ele é só um velho fedido que, vencendo ele, ele se transforma. Oh não, vai virar aquele bichão do Sub-Zero Mythologies. Ah não, ainda bem, aqui ele vira um demônio de fogo, que agora sim é um chefão de respeito. Ele até fez fatality na gente, baita cara desumilde. Vencendo o Shinnok, nosso personagem pega o amuleto e ele explode. E assim vemos o filminho do final do arcade, que geralmente não é canônico. Aqui o Scorpion foi castigado a se tornar o imortal protetor do Jinsei, que guarda toda a energia vital do plano terreno. Mas fora esse e outros modos extra de desafio mais simples, também temos o modo história cinemático, que se tornou obrigatório nos jogos da série. Aqui conta o que aconteceu logo após os acontecimentos do Mortal Kombat 9, que o Raiden voltou no tempo e mudou a história da série até o Mortal Kombat 3 antigão, criando uma nova linha do tempo. E o que vem depois do 3? Mortal Kombat 4, com o Quan Chi e Shinnok invadindo os outros reinos. O jogo começa com o Johnny Cage nas forças especiais do primeiro capítulo, num cenário meio pós-apocalíptico, lutando contra as forças do Shinnok. Pô, esses demoninhos aí deveriam ser personagens jogáveis, mó da hora eles. O formato desse modo é igual ao dos jogos anteriores, vamos lutando e assistindo filminhos. O estranho daqui é que às vezes tem os Quick Time Event nos filminhos, que você tem que apertar um botão rápido pra atacar ou defender. Mas eu não notei nenhuma penalidade por errar, então é claro que eu sempre errei de propósito pra isso virar um filme de comédia. Vai lá, Johnny, você consegue! Depois de algumas lutas, enfrentamos o Shinnok e o Johnny vence e aprisiona o velho no amuleto dele que faz tudo, sei lá. Assim já passamos pela fase Mortal Kombat 4 dessa linha do tempo e avançamos 20 anos no futuro, que se for pensar não é tão futurista assim. Se a gente tava no Mortal Kombat 4, então esse futuro se passa no quê? Em 2017? Eu adoro quando a gente já passa pelos futuros de histórias futuristas. Mas enfim, aqui conhecemos os carinhosamente chamados de Combat Kids, que são os novos personagens filhos ou parentes dos personagens clássicos. O nepotismo é forte no Mortal Kombat, esse é o Família Combat. Entre eles tem o Takeda, que foi o mais favorito dos fãs, que até voltou no jogo mais recente, na última expansão. E essa história é uma daquelas de passar a tocha pra nova geração. Até conhecemos o novo imperador da Isoterra, que é o Kotal Kahn, e a treta não para, claro que não. A ameaça de Shinnok volta e a nova geração tem que estar preparada pra essa nova treta. Algo interessante desse modo, desse jogo em particular, é que mostram personagens da série que não são jogáveis aqui. Como no começo o jogo se passa no passado, vemos personagens do Mortal Kombat 3 apanhando nos filminhos. E no futuro até lutamos contra personagens que nem estão no jogo, com movimentos mais genéricos, porém funcionais. O pessoal deve ter esperado bastante alguns desses personagens entrar como DLC e se decepcionado, porque nunca viraram jogáveis no jogo. Mas muitos voltaram pra série nos outros jogos, como a Li Mei, que aqui só aparece conversando com os personagens e depois voltou a ser jogável no Mortal Kombat 1, que ainda bem, eu gosto pra caramba do estilo de luta dela naquele jogo. E não posso deixar passar, né? A dublagem desse jogo é questionável.
O verdadeiro Jax não socaria seu melhor amigo.
Johnny Cage, matar você será um prazer.
Mas temos que dar um braço a torcer, pois esse foi o primeiro Mortal Kombat dublado, e há 10 anos atrás não era tão comum jogos dublados em português. Era algo que estava começando a pegar força, e muitas vezes os dubladores tinham que dublar sem assistir a cena pra saber o que estava acontecendo, por isso que você saía frases como essas.
Não precisamos daquela aura em Darfur, ou no Irã, ou no Kurdistão. Precisamos, Jaque?
Não, não precisamos.
Com as moedinhas que você ganha nas lutas, você pode ir pra cripta, que voltou mais ambiciosa do que nos jogos anteriores. Nesse labirinto que você explora em primeira pessoa, você encontra túmulos para abrir com as moedas para ganhar skins dos lutadores ou concept arts. Mas também tem chaves que abrem mais áreas do labirinto. E é muito louco isso, é praticamente um mini jogo de dungeon crawler, ao invés de só ser um menu de comprar extra de videogame, saca? Mas pode ficar tranquilo que não tem como morrer aqui, mas o jogo é sacana e te ataca mesmo assim com os bichos que surgem do nada só pra te assustar. Obrigado, Ed Boon. A única coisa que eu não gostei é que quando você sai desse modo e entra de novo, você volta pro começo do labirinto, então isso deve irritar mais pra frente quando você tiver mais avançado na cripta. Agora os lutadores e skins. Esse jogo tem uma mecânica de estilos, que cada personagem tem 3 estilos de luta, e você escolhe na seleção de personagem. Isso muda os movimentos deles e alguns detalhes da roupa, algo parecido com o que era nos Mortal Kombat de PlayStation 2, porém mais direto ao ponto. Aqui tem personagens que se tornaram clássicos, como o Ferrator, que é uma dupla de uma menininha montada num bichão. Mó da hora, design bem inédito na série. E também tem os DLCs de participação especial de filmes, que aqui começou a ficar mais ambicioso, focando em temas de filmes de terror. Temos aqui o Jason, o Leatherface, o Predador e Alien. Mas também temos personagens da série retornando, como o Tremor, o ninja marrom do Mortal Kombat Jax Special Forces de PlayStation 1. Sério? Sério? É bom te ver de volta, amigão. Mas talvez as skins mais doidas daqui são os especiais de países. E temos roupas do Brasil! Isso é uma referência brasileira massa pra caramba. Tem o Kung Lao gaúcho aqui, o Johnny Cage futeboleiro, até com óculos espelhado, e o Liu Kang capoeirista com a bandeirona mó orgulhosa do Brasil no peito. Isso é muito da hora. Olha só que bonito. E esse foi Mortal Kombat X. E é muito louco ver jogos que você acompanha no lançamento serem chamados de velho, né? Bom, pra minha concepção, até hoje eu acho o PlayStation 2 meio moderninho. E detesto quando falam que ele é velho, pois eu me sinto velho junto. Mas de qualquer forma, comenta aí, você jogou esse jogo no lançamento? Dê o like nesse vídeo se você gostou e compartilhe pra alguém que também gosta desses jogos velhos. Da próxima vez espero que seja um vídeo de alguma coisa mais velha. Jogos que eu tô revendo ultimamente tá começando a me dar crise de meia-idade já. E se inscreva no canal Warner Play sem esquecer de ativar o sininho de notificações para não perder as novidades da Warner e as não tão novidades que eu trago pra vocês aqui na série Old School. Eu sou o Ciro Wilson e até a próxima review. Se cuidem.
E aí, gostou do vídeo? Então se inscreva no Warner Play clicando aqui e a gente deixou outras 2 sugestões de vídeo pra você.
Meu Deus. Não, Dying Light é um jogo velho, caralho.
E aí, seus fanfarrão do parkour? Eu sou o Sr. Wilson do canal Colônia Contra-Ataca. Sejam bem-vindos a mais um Old School, a série que analisa os jogos antigos da Warner, aqui no canal Warner Play. Ok, Dying Light não parece um jogo tão old assim pra ser cool, mas esse jogo já tem 10 anos de idade. E isso pra mim já é o suficiente. Eu já vi memes desse tipo com jogos com menos de 10 anos. Mas deixa o seu like se você gosta desse jogo e se inscreva no canal Warner Play sem esquecer de ativar o sininho de notificações para não perder as novidades da Warner e as não tão novidades que eu trago pra vocês aqui na série Old School. Dying Light foi lançado para PlayStation 4, Xbox One e PC em 2015 e mais tarde para Nintendo Switch.
Quem te disse? Um passarinho?
Ele é um jogo de mundo aberto de matar zumbis, com foco em armas de soco enquanto pula para todo lado com um sistema de parkour. Jogamos com um tipo de agente super especial experiente que pula de paraquedas na cidade em quarentena infectada pelos zumbis. E a primeira coisa que ele faz é se machucar caindo no chão, apanhar dos caras do mal e ser mordido por um zumbi nos primeiros 20 segundos da missão. Isso não passou muita credibilidade. Do posso ter zoar no meu condicionamento físico, acho que aconteceria comigo também. Mas somos resgatados pelos mocinhos e levados pro esconderijo num prédio. E os gráficos do apartamento são muito bonitos, com luz do sol entrando pelas janelas. Poxa, se ficar parado olhando, até parece uma foto de verdade, não parece? Pelo menos cair igual um pateta na introdução valeu a pena, pois nos infiltramos na base dos sobreviventes bonzinhos que nos dão remédio da infecção zumbi. E já nos recrutaram como um soldadinho e ensinam como funciona o sistema de parkour. Mas chegando no mundo aberto, temos que fazer umas missões para sobreviventes, ligar umas luzes noturnas e etc. Tudo correndo e pulando pelos telhados para evitar os zumbis. 1 ou 2 zumbis é fácil de lidar, mas se enfiar numa horda, daí você tem problemas. E é bem da hora brincar de sobrevivente astuto que foge dos zumbis no parkour. Apesar que sou péssimo nisso e caí várias vezes de maneiras bem vergonhosas, pois apertava algum outro botão que tô acostumado a pular de outros jogos. Eu não consegui me acostumar a pular com R1 ou RB aqui. Chato que não dá pra trocar o botão de pulo nas opções, então cenas como essas foram comuns na minha jogatina. Gosto como a câmera é bem viva nesse jogo. Vemos nossos braços agarrando as beiradas, que é algo que acrescenta na imersão. Fico até cansado só de ver nosso personagem fazendo tanto exercício na tela. E esse jogo tem zumbis especiais. No final do prólogo encontramos um zumbi musculoso que explodiu tudo do nada e me matou. É legal. Depois de religar as luzes, a noite cai e realmente fica escuro nesse jogo, deixando o clima bem tenso, ainda mais porque à noite aparecem zumbis mais fortes ainda. Esses bichos são capeta encarnado, são super fortes, resistentes e conseguem perseguir a gente no parkour e realmente dá um gelo na barriga fugir deles. Mal dá pra ver pra onde a gente tá indo, a música tensa e os bichos correndo atrás faz isso parecer um survival horror frenético open world, o que é uma combinação até que rara nos jogos. Boa atenção de quando o sol tá se pondo até real aqui. Eu começo a apertar o passo e errar ainda mais pulos, perdendo mais tempo e ficando sozinho no escuro com os bichos feios depois. Até dá pra parar eles com a lanterna ultravioleta, mas pelo menos aqui no começo nem dá pra sair no soco com esses bichos. O combate desse jogo é mais focado na porradaria, batendo zumbis e ver eles voando com um som de melancia explodindo é bem satisfatório. Dá pra encontrar armas melhores e upar suas habilidades, até dando pra usar armas de fogo mais pra frente. Só é complicado lutar contra sobreviventes vivos, eles são rápidos e esquivam dos nossos ataques, fazendo a gente gastar estamina à toa, nos transformando em saco de pancada gratuito aqui. Nessa parte mesmo eu tive que pegar um por um, pois o meu personagem não tava upado bastante pra tancar todo mundo de uma vez só. O complicado da história desse jogo é que o nosso carinha é um agente duplo, trabalhando pros sobreviventes e pra chefe dele que ele fala no radinho. E isso faz ele fazer ações questionáveis, como destruir os remédios sobreviventes no começo do jogo. E eu geralmente sou bunda mole em jogos que dá a opção de ser do mal ou bonzinho. Eu sempre escolho o caminho mais do bem possível. Mas gostei como o jogo tá todo traduzido e os personagens são dublados em português, com bastante dublador famoso.
Ah, você é o novato? Rahim me avisou sobre você.
A minha fórmula é 50 vezes melhor do que a porcaria que vem nas entregas.
Eu joguei esse jogo sozinho por opção, mas se você quiser, você pode jogar a campanha inteira, cooperativo com amigos, ou até versus, podendo controlar um zumbi pra invadir o jogo de outra pessoa, ou rezar pra nenhum jogador invadir o seu jogo durante a noite. O jogo já é tenso como ele é. Ter outro jogador sabendo o que tá fazendo, tentando me matar, acho que seria demais pro meu parkourzinho quebrado aqui, cheio de pulo torto. E esse foi Dying Light. Tá bom, não é um jogo tão velho assim, mas ele se segura bem até hoje. Bons gráficos e boa gameplay. Apesar que eu sou péssimo no sistema de parkour dele. Mas comenta aí, você jogou esse jogo? E deixa o seu like se você gostou do vídeo e compartilhe para mais amigos de vocês que gostam de jogos antigos. E se inscreva no canal Warner Play sem esquecer.
Velho, falando de Undertale no geral, o inferno na Terra, caralho.
Where I learned that? From the wizard.
Yeah, back then, nobody knew how to pronounce the names. It's like in Street Fighter. We didn't know Ryu was actually Ryu. Blanca, some people say Blanca, but there's no way it could be that, because Blanca sounds like blanket, man. Anyway, Ninja Gaiden to me is one of the most memorable games of the 8-bit era. While the arcade version was a Double Dragon style beat 'em up, The NES version is an adrenaline-charged side-scroller. Every second counts when you're slashing away at enemies and hopping platforms, and learning how to bounce back and forth between walls is a necessity. As an added bonus to its hot gameplay, excellent graphics, and music, it was also one of the first games to have cutscenes. Common nowadays, sure, but back then, gamers hadn't seen anything like it. So epic. The story follows a ninja named Ryu who travels to America to avenge his father's death. It seemed everyone always assumed that it was the same Ryu from Street Fighter, but I'm pretty sure there's no relation. To further perpetuate this alleged tie-in, they had to name Ryu's father Ken. Okay, Ryu and Ken? How could you not think Street Fighter? As the story unfolds, it turns out before Ken was killed, he was working together with an archaeologist, Walter Smith. They were the safekeepers of two demon statues that, when combined, would awaken an ancient demon that had previously been defeated by Shinobi. Yeah, Shinobi, as in the Sega franchise. This game is a whole network of Ninja Cross references. The sequels continued to have awesome cutscenes, and throughout the series, Ryu would always say, what was he gonna say? What the fuck? Oh, and what is going on there? It always kept you waiting to see what would happen next. Your reward for beating the level was that you get to see the next part of the story. Its cinematic style contained elements of anime and film noir. Throw that together with some fast-paced, high-stake gameplay, and man, the effect was intoxicating. The only problem with these games is that they are relentlessly difficult and nearly inconceivable to beat.
Amanhã a gente tem que passar na biblioteca, né? Pra devolver os livros e pegar alguma coisa, né? Você acha que vale a pena fazer? Não. Não parece, né? É uma delícia, né, Dani? Não acho que vale a pena. Isso, você tá indo fazer o quê? Olha só esse treco aqui. Ele tem um surf será que é aquela coisa clara? É. Da prancha, né? Isso ou aquela coisa lá de piscina com onda artificial, né? Não, eu acho que é pra guardar a prancha. Tem na praia, né? Isis! Ô Isis, tira suas patas desse sofá. Vão. O problema não são as patas, filho. O problema... Não é pra ganhar o sofá, Isis. Você fazer isso pra ele, né? Dá um nojo. Esse prova um pouco. Ela vai muito, né?
The second game incorporated new stage hazards that were never seen before. There's the wind level, where the wind keeps changing direction, so you have to time your jumps accordingly. Such a pain in the ass. Then there's the ice level, where you slide all around. And my most hated of all is when everything goes dark. You might as well be playing blindfolded. The third game is the worst of all, because up until this point they had unlimited continues, but not this one. There's nothing more frustrating than to make it really far and then have to start all the way back from the beginning. I'd say this is the hardest trilogy of games on the NES, even harder than Castlevania. I'm going to focus on the first Ninja Gaiden. It's been over 20 years and I still can't beat this son of a bitch. One of the biggest problems is that if an enemy is anywhere near the edge of the screen, they will respawn infinitely. Nice. Thanks for wasting my firepower. The number one most constant issue in this game is getting knocked back. It's the same as in Castlevania. It doesn't matter where you are, no matter which angle you get hit from, it always seems you gravitate towards the nearest hole. You know, I've forgotten that this game has a life bar. Yeah, you can actually die if you take enough hits, but whenever you get hit, there's a death trap right next to you, so you're always going to die by falling. You might as well not even have a life bar. Look at this guy. How am I supposed to get past him? Fuck. Wow.
Fuck! Fuck! This is impossible! How am I supposed to beat this? Please, teach me how to beat Ninja Gaiden.
Ninja Gaiden. I haven't heard that name in ages.
Really?
Normally they say Ninja Gaiden.
Does that mean I'm worthy?
Playing Ninja Gaiden is a secret art. Only the most determined players can defeat it. Sight! You must be quick. You must be strategic. Can you learn that, my boy?
I've wanted to beat that game all my life.
You realize before you can beat the game must beat you.
And it has. For the past 20 years, it's kicked my ass. I love the game. I want to complete that love by finishing it.
Very well.
Fuck!
Sloppy! Is the game controlling you? Or are you controlling the game?
God, I keep getting stuck on the wall!
Ninja must be master of his environment.
And what the fuck was that? Oh, come on, how was I supposed to know a bat was coming?
A ninja must look beyond the borders of the screen.
Got him. Oh, there's another bat.
Try again. Practice. Unlimited continues means no game over. Game is only over when you make it over.
What am I supposed to do? The bats keep coming.
You must move. How is one to advance if you waste all your energy on one enemy?
Oh, your mother!
You must not act too quick or too late. Perceive the victory in your head, and your perceived future will be your present.
Yeah!
Good.
No! I jumped a bat, got killed by a cat. That's the way this whole game is. It's just an endless cycle of things that kill you. Like a checkmate.
Nerd, checkmate does not exist unless you make it exist. Think between the spaces, nerd. If you set a course for the moon and merely follow the stars, then you will miss that which you have set forth.
Look at all this shit. There's a million flying enemies, and they all respawn quicker than I can attack.
You're playing with anger. Anger does not exist. Pain does not exist. Defeat does not exist. Before you leap, you must look.
I looked.
Before you look, you must think. Before you think, you must feel. Before you feel, you must.
I've had enough.
Thumb, show me your thumbs.
What?
Your thumbs.
My thumbs.
Like this.
What?
What? Faster. You are as slow as sloth taking shit. Come, we will develop speed. Q-tip. When I drop Q-tip, you catch with thumb. Side. Too slow. Again. Again. Ha, perfecto. Ha, perfecto. Side. Ha. Very, very slow. Side. Too slow. One more time. Focus. Ready? I told you not to fail. Say. We learn rhythm. Speed is rhythm. Rhythm is life.
This is impossible. How is a human being supposed to be faster than a machine?
Game machine. Machine predictable. You not.
What?
No chopper offer.
Oh, this is bullshit. That's unbelievable.
With that attitude, you'll never succeed.
Final boss!
You have 3 final bosses.
The first boss isn't too hard once you know how it's done, but the second boss is a nightmare. His fireballs never miss. They follow you everywhere you go.
Oh shit.
Are you fucking kidding me? I'm all the way back at stage 6-1? That's fucking horse shit. You die on the boss, you go all the way back?
You die, you go back. You must learn discipline.
But how am I supposed to practice on the boss? As soon as I start to learn the pattern, I die and I have to go through the last stages all over again. The hardest section of the whole game is this part right here. It would be so much easier if I had a throwing item like a ninja star, but this game is very stingy with its special weapons. The ammunition is scarce, and whenever you die, you reset to nothing. Even if you do manage to get to this part with a weapon, it doesn't help much. And once you die, you can't go back and restock. This section contains no weapons, so all you have is your sword. The only way to get past this motherfucker is to trigger a glitch, making him disappear. But that only happens if you're really lucky. Then you'll get another shot at the boss, but they don't even have the fucking courtesy to refill your life bar. That is sadistic. Whoever programmed this thing, I want to rip their fucking heart out of their ass and show it to them so they can see how cold and black it is before they die. There's no stage select code, and no helpful Game Genie code either. Infinite lives? Yay. Isn't that what you have already? How about put me back at the boss so I can get another try? At least it lets you skip all the bosses that you've beaten, but it makes me sick to think that there's still one more boss I haven't made it to. I give up.
You must not give up. No game over.
Game's over now. You try. Fuck! Nunchuck fuck! Balls! You know, the whole fucking trilogy is impossible. The first game sends you back, the second has the stage hazards, and the third one has game overs. So it's like, pick your poison. Well, I got my poison right here.
Once upon a time, video games were more than games. They were adventures. I'm talking about the Sword Quest games for the Atari 2600. They were based on the 4 ancient elements of the cosmos: Sword Quest Earthworld, Fireworld, Waterworld, we're not talking about the Kevin Costner movie, and at last there was going to be Airworld. In these games, the player navigates through a series of mystical chambers in search of hidden treasures, but you weren't just playing a game, you were on a real adventure searching for real treasures. Atari was giving out prizes, and we're not talking about cheap plastic little things you get from a McDonald's Happy Meal. No man, this was real stuff. Here's how it worked. First, you'd have to buy the games, which all came out one at a time. If you became a club member, they'd mail you a t-shirt along with the games as soon as they got released. Not to mention, each game came with a poster and a DC comic book. The games were all about finding clues, so you'd write down all the clues and send them to Atari. Those who found the most would go to Atari headquarters to compete in the finals. Here they'd have custom-made versions of the game, which the players had 90 minutes to finish. Whoever finished first would win the prize. The winner of Earthworld got a talisman made of 18-karat solid gold studded with 12 diamonds and the birthstones of the 12 zodiac signs. The winner of Fireworld got a chalice made of platinum and gold studded with diamonds, rubies, sapphires, pearls, and green jade. The winner of Waterworld would get a crown made of gold decorated with diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and aquamarines. The winner of Airworld would get a Philosopher's Stone, a large piece of white jade encased in an 18-karat gold box adorned with emeralds, rupees, and diamonds. Damn. According to Atari's advertising campaign, these prizes were valued at $25,000 each. But that wasn't all. The 4 winners would come back for one final competition, and the winner of that would win a jewel-encrusted sword with an 18-karat gold handle and a silver blade covered with diamonds, emeralds, sapphires, and rubies. The sword was valued at $50,000. In total, that's $150,000 worth of treasures, and this was in 1982 and 83, so you can balance that out.
Not since the medieval times have I heard of a treasure quest of this magnitude. It gets you really excited to play the games, so that's what I call a promotion. You be wearing your Sword Quest t-shirt with your comic books and posters, drinking out of your gold chalice with your crown, Philosopher's Stone and sword, and not to mention your Sword Quest video gaming cartridges exclusive from Atari.
Well, too bad the contest is all over, so there's not much point in playing the games today. If you picked up one of these games right now with no instruction manual and no explanation, you wouldn't have any idea what to do. Every time you go to the next room, it sounds like an explosion. That's what's so great about Atari. Something as simple as going through a door is an Every room's a different color, and there's no end. It just keeps going and going. If you look at the manual, you'll see that each room represents a sign from the zodiac, and if you keep moving, you'll come around full circle. But there's only so many colors, so it's easy to confuse Aries with Libra or Capricorn with Leo. Each room has a hidden chamber where you find treasures, but sometimes before you get to the treasure, you have to pass through a nuclear waterfall or jump on laser rafts. These kind of games, you gotta use a lot of imagination. When you get to a treasure chamber, you can pick up items or drop them. By putting the right combination of items in a certain
é tipo aquele jogo ruim do Indiana Jones.
Whoa. Now what could that mean? 16:4. The comic book. Page 16, panel 4. I don't see anything. Oh. Wow.
There's 10 hidden words, and they're supposed to make a sentence, but 5 of them are bogus. The only way to figure out which are the right words is to find a subliminal hint on the first page. The words prime and number are a different color than the rest, so this means you only use the clues that are prime numbers. Let me tell you, in 1982, people had a lot of time on their hands and a lot of creativity to figure this out. Out of 5,000 entries, only 8 gamers got the right sentence. The winner was 20-year-old Stephen Bell. Good work, man. The second game, Fireworld, was basically the same principle, except this time the rooms are laid out to follow the Tree of Life. The only things that are very different from the first game are the action sequences. What are we doing here? Hitting birds with a pole? Throwing knives? Now you're actually steering knives into a turkey club sandwich. This part, you're like a black eagle shooting bullets at snakes, all with glorious Atari sound effects. I think this game was a little easier than Earthworld because this time over 50 gamers found all the clues, so Atari had sort of a tiebreaker where they made everyone write down what they liked about the game.
Damn, that's a good game. Gee whiz, I sure love that game.
And somehow, based on those answers, they narrowed it down to 50 contestants. Michael Rideout was the final winner and received the Golden Chalice. The third game, Waterworld, is when the shit hit the fan. The infamous video game crash of 1983 was taking effect, and Waterworld was released in a limited quantity, making this an extremely rare game. It had only 7 rooms, significantly less than the previous games. This time, it was based on the chakra structure. Appropriately, its action scenes all had something to do with water. Either you're trying to swim around sharks, dodge squids, or hop on icebergs. The contest never happened. Atari's financial problems led them to sell the company and pull the plug on the whole thing. The fourth game, Airworld, is just what it is, air. It never got made, though a prototype has been rumored and even hoaxed.
It's a very sad end to what could have been the greatest gaming event in history. An adventure series with rooms based off mythology came with comic books, a chance to win real treasures, and then it all vanished.
The biggest mystery of all is whatever happened to the remaining treasures. Eyewitness accounts and pictures prove that they all existed because they were on display during the competition. But where are they now? The guy who bought Atari was a guy named Jack Trammell. Some comments online from people in the business have said that they've seen the sword hanging in Trammell's living room. There's no pictures or any hard evidence to support this, but if he does have the sword, it's most likely he has the crown and the Philosopher's Stone as well.
Somebody's got to find out. The real sword quest is the quest for that sword and the other treasures. They belong in the hands of gamers who earn them. You know, everybody who put those games in their Ataris had a chance of winning. It was something to dream about. but that dream's been thrown down the toilet. It's 30 years later, but I say the contest must go on. Finish the last game. You can't have earth, fire, and water without air. The balance of the cosmos must be restored. The true bearer of that sword must be found. The kingdom of nerdom depends on it. Pong. A simple word, a simple idea. It's just Pong. It was one of the first video arcades from 1972. A simple screen mounted inside what looked like a carved tree stump. You could call this the wooden age of video games, when everything was made of wood and two people playing tennis looked like two glow sticks batting a square ball back and forth. Yeah, this was before circles were invented. In spite of its simplicity, it's a fun and addicting game, even to this day. I thought it was fun. Apparently people thought so too back then. That's why they made a home Pong console, so you can play it at home. And then there was another one, and 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 another one. There was like 9 million fucking Pong consoles. A Pong console can refer to any game system made in the 70s that didn't utilize cartridges. Instead, they had one built-in game, which was Pong. Sometimes they included different variations, certain kind of updates, but it's mind-blowing to think that such a simple game could have inspired so many pieces of hardware to play it. So, just for shits and giggles, we're going to take a look at all the Pong consoles, which I happen to own. This right here is the Tournament 1000 by Unisonic. Unfortunately, this one doesn't work, but with game consoles this old, that's something you have to expect. From what we can assume, you can select between 4 different kinds of Pong. And over here, it looks like the games didn't even have the technology of keeping score, so you have to do it manually, which is pretty shitty. Even the most basic Pong games kept score. The controllers slide out right here. Now that's what you call a basic controller. Next, the APF TV Fun. That's a great name, isn't it? The console's got that wooden paneling, and it's shaped like some kind of spaceship. The controllers are like cylinders. You move the paddle by turning this thing right here. This game is your basic Pong. This little switch here changes the type of Pong. One thing that's typical about Pong consoles is that the sound effects never come through the TV. They come from a built-in speaker on the console itself. I guess you can say it's similar to the Wiimote, how certain sound effects come out of it. Next, the Wonder Wizard. Looks like a slab of wood with game dials thrown on it. It was literally built from a Magnavox Odyssey using the same circuit board and part of the plastic casing. Also, it uses the same video connector. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen, and as far to my knowledge, it only exists on the Odyssey and the Wonder Wizard. This might be a good time to bring up that most of these old consoles have a connector that looks like this. You have to plug them into a box and then screw the box into your TV. But I say get yourself one of these, plug it into the coaxial input on your TV, plug the game in, and tell that box to go fuck itself. However, the Odyssey and Wonder Wizard, with this fucking weird shit, you have no choice but to use a box. And even worse, it has to be a special box that takes this crap. And after all that, you're lucky if the picture comes in clear. Channel 3, Channel 4, what the fuck? The left paddle won't stop.
Eu tava pensando que música essa que eu tô tocando.
Doesn't even exist.
Satan apareça
Where is it?
no velho.
Speaking of weird hookups, the worst of all is the RCA Studio 2. Technically, it's not a Pong console because it uses cartridges, but when the hell am I ever going to talk about this thing? Typically, any game system will use 2 wires. One for the AC adapter, and one to plug into the TV. But then there's shitty consoles like this that think they're being cutting edge by combining both the wires into one. In other words, both the video connector and AC adapter plug into the same box, which then plugs into the TV. Again, forcing you to use a box and to unscrew it every time you want to play a different game system. So, technically speaking, the video signal is traveling up this wire, and then the electricity coming from the wall socket is coming back through the same wire. I don't even understand how that works. The only other system I know that does that is the Atari 5200. We all know how much ass that thing sucks. One last thing to say about the RCA Studio 2, it doesn't even have any external controllers. 2 players would have to huddle around and use the keypads. Man, if there was an RCA Studio 1, I'd hate to see it. Next, the Radio Shack TV scoreboard. Looks like a remote for a TV, with a Siamese twin. Pull this off, you give it to your friends, say, fuck you, this is all you get. Look at me, I got all this shit, I'm in control, motherfucker. Ugh, why does the ball keep going through the paddle? Serve, reset, reset, serve. I'm playing Ghost Pong. Oh, there's color? All of a sudden the color comes on? The Sears Super Pong Telegame. Simple enough, 2 little knobs for controllers. Works alright, basic Pong. You got 4 different kinds of Pong. Like, what the hell is this? Reverse Pong? Okay, now what's this? Asshole Pong? That's not fair. Color Sport 8. Now this is badass looking. The controllers pop out the sides like that. 2 more controllers plug in, so I guess you could have 4 players. Got all these switches here, 4 different games, handball, hockey, tennis, skeet. Okay, what's going on? All they do is change color? Hockey's red, tennis is blue. Is that it? I don't even know if this thing's working right. Ricochet. Well, this is excessive. Instead of 2 controllers, let's have 2 consoles. Aside from the clunky design, the game works okay. Except the right controller is a little jittery. That's what happens. The thing about these Pong consoles, and one of the things that makes them so fun to play, is that the paddles move so fluidly. It's like an analog control that doesn't exist in games today. The downside is that they break easily, and sometimes you get this jittery movement. This yellow bastard here is called the TV4 4-way video game. Rolls right off your tongue. Well, you already know how I feel about these accursed boxes. How do you think I feel that this one is permanently attached to the fucking game console? These things come from hell. These forks at the end might as well be the devil's pitchfork. One of them's chewed off, so I have no way of connecting it to the TV. And I have no way of replacing the box. You think that makes me happy? It doesn't. Another one I can't play is the Color TV Game 6. It was made by Nintendo in 1977. Pretty cool. It was only released in Japan, which is why it won't work on my American TV. I've heard something about turning the channel to 95, but none of my TVs go any higher than 82. Apparently it has 6 games, and 2 players would have to grapple for the controls. Nintendo had an updated version with 15 games and detachable controllers. Here's the Volley 6. Fresh in the box. Ah, that stained white color, tasteless wood grain. It reeks with age. The controllers dismount and you got a nice tray to hold your beer. Fuck, almost. The games are pretty typical. It's your average Pong, with one exception. It's got some gun games. I don't have the gun that goes with it, but as you can see on the box, it was some serious shit. This is an example of a Pong console that uses batteries. That's another thing I need to mention. It's always C batteries, but you have the option of using an AC adapter. Now, tell me, what would you rather do? Run to the store to get some C batteries to play your Volley 6, or just plug it in the wall? The only problem is that a lot of these Pong consoles did not include the AC adapter. Now, I don't know if that's because people lose them or they break, but judging from the box, and just the fact that batteries are an option, I imagine a lot of times they didn't include it. Now, what are you going to do with batteries? Play it at the fucking beach? Did Pong consoles have some kind of deal with the battery company to sell more fucking batteries? Alright, this is the Magnavox Odyssey 4000. In between the Odyssey and Odyssey 2, which were cartridge-based, Magnavox made a whole bunch of Pong consoles, naming them after the 1000 digits. The biggest innovation here is that you can move in any direction, rather than just straight up and down. The Fairchild Channel F was another innovation. It's a cartridge-based console, but it includes a great Pong game. The controllers were the most complicated yet, and it takes some time getting used to, but when you do, it's awesome. Rocking the stick moves the paddle in any 4 directions. Twisting and turning changes the angle the paddle's facing. Pushing and pulling moves the goalie up and down. If you play with a friend, it makes for a busy and intense game of Pong. This is the Coleco Telstar. Once again, the controllers are built on the console. There's 3 settings: tennis, hockey, and handball. It's another basic Pong console. At last, we have the Coleco Telstar Arcade. Look at this mess. A steering wheel? A gun? What madman came up with this? Believe it or not, it actually uses cartridges. Have you ever seen a cartridge like this? A silver triangle that snaps onto the top of the console? On one side, you have a regular Pong game. On the other, you have a racing game. The lever controls your speed, and the wheel steers your car vertically on the screen. It's kind of cool. The gun game is like trying to shoot falling stars. It's impossible, but the gun's probably broken. Who knows? Well, that's Pong for you. All these different consoles goes to show how such a simple game could become such a hot-selling franchise. I could see people thinking 30 years ago, wow, Pong, this is where it's at. It ain't gonna get any better than this. Now what's this here, this Xbox 360? Some modern game system? I don't know, maybe it has advanced graphics. Might even be in color. Let's check it out.
Ó, já compartilha em grupo de WhatsApp, já manda pra alguém. Porque em comemoração aos seus 2 anos de aniversário e uma parceria inusitada com um americano, um ex-membro da OpenAI, Adapta.org, maior startup de IA generativa do mundo.
Foda-se. Foda-se, 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 foda-se.
It's a Nintoaster. And yes, it works. Are you ready for some action? Some Action 52? I suppose so, because I get requests for this game all the time. Like this one right here. Action 52. Fuck this game, please do a review of it. You asshole. Thanks. Wow, I guess I gotta do it now. Let's start with the cartridge. It's the freak misfit of the NES library. Games came in gray, black, blue, silver, gold, but clear? You can tell just by looking at it. This is a game that's so bad, it has nothing to hide. Another thing, if you play it for more than an hour, not that you'd want to, it gets really hot and smells like burning plastic. It's not because of the toaster. The same thing happens if you play it in the top loader. Not only is this game crap, but it's crap that comes with a price. $199. That's a lot of money, but there's 52 games. So let me calculate this. $199 divided by 52 equals, well, you gotta pay tax too, so let's just say $4 a game. Wow, what a deal! 52 action-packed games bundled into one cartridge, all for an efficient price. It was every kid's dream. 4 games, yeah! Lights, camera, Action 52. Well, let's get this thing started. We're gonna have ourselves a little marathon here and determine if the $199 was worth it. Game number 1, Fire Breather. Okay, well, it's pretty self-explanatory. And would you know this is the only game on the entire cartridge that's 2 players only? Gee, which game should we start with? Well, how about the only game you can't play alone? Well, that's $4 wasted already. Number 2, Star Eagle. Who's gonna dodge that? Nobody! Not the first time! You have to know, oh, this is gonna be a vertical shooting shooter, and there's gonna be an obstacle immediately at the start of the game. That's one way to get you on your toes. Other than that, it's real easy. As long as you keep firing, none of the enemies come anywhere near you. I guess that makes sense. If I was an intergalactic vacuum cleaner getting shot at, I'd be like, oh, fucking hell, there's a menorah shooting Q-tips. Get out of the way. Not even the first level boss wants to be involved. Sometimes it doesn't show up at all, and you're stuck stuck in a dead end. What happened? Did the game give up? Oh, that's another $4. Next, number 3, Illuminator. You're not even allowed to see in this game? Real fun idea. For a room that has about 1,000 light bulbs, it sure goes dark a lot. And they're just decoration. Thought you could light a room with a light? No, you gotta kill vampires. But after you killed one, you only get 1 second before the room goes dark again. Who wants to play a game that's pitch black? It's so black I can see my reflection in the screen. The question is, how much more black could this be? And the answer is none. And no, you can't go any higher. This is it. Great fucking game. Number 4, G-Force. What? Or just G-Force. It's another 2D shooter. You know what? This would be okay for Atari 2600. The only 2 controls are move and shoot. This game was made in 1991, the same year Super NES came out. Not to mention, if you want to play a good 2D side-scroller game on the NES, try fucking Light Force. And what is this anyway? An inside-out dolphin shooting at roadkill toads? I don't know, I'm just using my imagination. That's all you have when you play this miserable pile of goat shit. Number 5, Ooh. Oh, wow, a title screen? Really? Oh my god, it's Oh, righty then. Okay. Well, this is the first game that uses the B button for jumping. Any gamer who grew up with Super Mario Brothers expects A to jump, but that's the least of her worries. To jump over a hole, you have to tap the B button and then press over. If you're holding the B button like you normally would, it locks you vertically until you let go. It's an anomaly of game programming. You know what's really weird? Whenever you restart the menu, it always starts at ooze. Is that the programmer's personal recommendation? Well, so far, every one of these games is a bomb. But out of 52, I'm sure that eventually we'll find one that's decent. I hope. Number 6, Silver Sword. Well, green, green, and more green. What is this? A cabbage patch on a golf course? Infested with killer scrotums? This is a disgrace to the NES. The same platform that brought us games like Legend of Zelda. Silver Sword. The sword isn't even silver. Maybe it's corroded. Number 7, Critical BP, or Critical Bypass. Oh, now it's spelled with a Y? Oh, that's dreadful. It's like an optical illusion. Well, that's pretty bad. When the game causes eye strain, you can't even fucking look at it. What is this anyway? A pogo ball on a Segway shooting at birthday presents? Ugh, Critical Bypass. It's critical that you bypass this game. Number 8, Jupiter Scope. Nice, another space shooter. This time you're a dead whale shooting at flaming condoms. That's what it looks like. The screen never moves. It's like Space Invaders, except without many invaders. Half the time, you're just sitting around waiting. Come on, give me something to shoot at. Losing at this game is impossible. Just hold down the fire button and move back and forth. Okay, what's next? Number 9, Alfredo, or Alfred and the Fennec. Yeah, Fennec. You never heard of Fennec? What happened? Where's the fucking game?
Lutando contra níveis de açúcar acima de 150, então evite aquele remédio que começa com M e termina com formina. E sempre coma um pedaço de chocolate.
Cala a boca, puta.
Well, there's no game here. What happened? Did the programmers pass out, or did they just figure nobody would check all 52 games? Well, that's $4 wasted. But I guess I can't say I'm really too excited over playing a game called Alfredo, also known as Alfred and the Fennec. Number 10, Operation Full Moon. Now, that's puke green if I ever saw it. The nauseating hue combined with the texture of vomit makes me think that this game ate Silver Sword and barfed it out. Number 11, Dam Busters. Those damn busters. Well, it should have been called Alien Beaver Tomato Fight. That's all it is. You're a beaver shooting tomatoes and navigating through a maze. Oops, dead end. What the shit? You can't go back? I'm trapped? You're shitting me. This game is shitting me. Number 12, Thrusters. Another space shooter. Well, it's the same game as before, just different graphics. Where do they come up with these objects? I'm running out of imagination here. I can't decipher anything, especially when the game starts having a fucking seizure. Number 13, Haunted Hill. Wow, a human being. I can't believe it actually looks like something. Man, her boobs are bigger than her head. It's a shitty side-scroller with the same bad controls as Ooze. Sadly, it's the best game so far. Out of the way, you fucking ghosts. Here comes Mrs. Tits, jumping like she's on the moon. Die, you onion-faced balloon floating, thing. I died by touching the air? Number 14, Chill Out. I wish I could chill out. This is horrendous. This one's basically an Eskimo snowball massacre. Climb down shits and ladders and throw snowballs. What's this? I died in midair? That seems to be a theme we're running into here. This game doesn't even care it sucks. Gee, how much money did we waste so far? Like $56, I think? It's already exceeded the average price of a Nintendo game. Number 15, Sharks. Yeah, sharks. Sometimes sharks, most of the time not. Well, you're stuck on this one screen, but you sure have full range. You can swim through the ocean floor. And that's all it is, just hope for sharks to come and shoot them. Number 16, Megalonia. Another space shooter? Flying through McDonald's arches? No thanks. Number 17, French Baker. Oh man, you're a chef and the kitchen is really getting out of hand. Everything's trying to kill you. Hoagies, envelopes, and dog nuts. And what do? Hit them with your rolling pin and don't drop down, you'll disintegrate. That's always nice. Number 18, Atlas Quake. Oh, another space shooter? I pass. I'm only up to number 19? Jeez. Fuck. Number 19, Mia. The fuck? Okay, get this. You move from square to square, hoping that the next square won't make you explode. So it's like a memory game that can only be done with trial and error. Good lord. Number 20, Space Dreams. Oh my, what's this gonna be? Why, of course, another space shooter. This time, you're a pacifier shooting at weird dolls, rabbits, and safety pins. Safety pins as enemies in a video game. Where do they come up with this stuff? Gee, what kind of enemy could I have for this game? I have 32 games left I have to program, so I have to hurry up. Ah, safety pin. That would be perfect. Number 21, Streamers. You're a clown climbing up platforms like Spider-Man. Ooh, a rabbit in a hat. What does that do? Nothing at all. A bag of money? How about that? It turns into a green, frowning face? Is that supposed to teach you a lesson that taking money is greedy? No, I think I'm reading way too deep into it. Oh, then the game crashes. Good. Number 22, Spreadfire. What is this? They should have called this Shooter Game 52. This time, you're a lobster. You don't go anywhere, and half the time, there's nothing to shoot at. These kind of games must have been the easiest to design. Make a black background, covered in dots, and call it space. You know what? It's getting old. Number 23, Bubblegum Rosie, or Bubblegum Rossi. Yay! I've always wanted to play a game where I'm a little girl shooting bubbles. Wait a minute, you can't even kill people? Well, what do you expect? They're bubbles. You can jump on the enemies. Or wait, can you? And falling in spikes doesn't hurt you. This game has no rules. Number 24, Micro Mike. Wow, look out, Micro Mike, you're going too fast. Even if you have the quickest reflexes, you'll never be able to avoid the walls or other random objects that stand in the way. If only Micro Mike would slow the fuck down. Number 25, Underground. Well, at least it looks like underground. Wait a minute, this guy can fall down 50 feet and survive, but if he touches the mushrooms, he spins around like a bowling pin and dies? What am I supposed to do here? What do I do?
Muitos refugiados estão passando fome. É por isso que a gente veio te fazer um convite.
Wow, 25 shitty games, and still going. This is an endurance, man. I've never played such a huge compilation of crap in my life. Was the whole idea to make so many shitty games that there'd be no more shitty games left to make? Out of all these, there's gotta be at least one that's tolerable. Number 26, Rocket Jock, or Rocket Jockey. You're a cowboy on a rocket with a lasso. If you actually used the lasso, that would be kind of cool, but I guess they figured they didn't have enough games that shoot. Yeah, kill those cows. Turn them into a bowl of cereal with a puppy dog. Number 27, Non-Human. Well, isn't that an appropriate title? Everything about these games are non-human, except for that very human-like face. Or are they aliens? What are these for? Other than the faces just being the area where you die, which takes up half the screen. You know you're playing a great game when you can't even jump over a hole. You can try all day, but you'll always fall down into the purple dimension of green faces. Number 28, Cry Baby. By now you'd be crying, so it's like the game is mocking you. Okay, what's wrong with this picture? Baby, adult, baby, adult? And what about him, huh? What the hell's going on here? Why does the floor look like ice cube trays? What are you attacking with? Why do you die when you fall off the furniture? Why? What? Why? Number 29, Slashers. Slashers? I thought it'd be like a horror game. Instead, it's a poor-man's version of Double Dragon. Saying that it makes bad dudes look like a masterpiece. At least the background. What are these, beer steins? You're not even allowed to walk past anybody. When an enemy appears, you stop dead in your tracks and can't move until you have a punching match to the death. There's zero strategy. You just mash buttons. And what are these, hookers? I guess this guy doesn't understand the concept of a hooker. You're supposed to fuck her, not fuck her up. Die, fool lady. Number 30, Crazy Shuffle. Could the characters be any smaller? You're a tiny, indescribable object shooting tiny dots at other tiny objects. Sounds like fun? Well, guess what? It isn't. Number 31, Fuzz Power. Well, Fuzz is right. It's some guy with a big nose, big feet, and lots of fuzz. You roll around fighting blow dryers and hair combs. What's that, popcorn? Oh no, I'm getting hit. I'm losing my fuzz. Now I'm naked. Yeah. Whoever came up with this is an asshole. Whoever came up with this is an asshole. Ass. Hole. Ass. Television makes a lot of sense. Number 32, Shooting Gallery. The easiest shooting game ever. The targets never disappear until you hit them. There's no time limit. You never run out of ammo, and you can't die. Which means the game will never end. Fortunately, you can go back to the menu by pausing the game and hitting select. Except for this game. The one fucking game that doesn't end crashes when you try to quit. Reset. Number 33, Lollipop. Are you kidding me? Why not a sword or a machine gun? Who wants a fucking lollipop? How do you climb up a ladder? Want to take a guess? Pushing up on the D-pad? No, you jump. Who the hell jumps up a ladder? And you know what? The controls in all these games are so bad, I've forgotten that B is jump and A is attack. I've been playing for so long, I've sort of adapted to its crap factor. I I swear, next time I play a regular platformer, I'm gonna try jumping with B. Number 34, Evil Empire. Oh, game sprites so small you need a magnifying glass? That seems to be a theme here too. Look at that. There's some crazy shit going on over there. I want to join the party. Oops, dying in midair. I can understand dying because you're jumping from so high, but can't they at least make you die when you hit the ground? Number 35, sombreros. Well, I guess you're wearing a sombrero, shooting at vacuum cleaners on the street. Not much to say. I've lost all hope. 52 games, they all probably suck. I could think of some pretty bad games, like Little Red Hood. That's a horrible game. But at least it's one horrible game, not 52. You know what's more fun than playing Action 52? 52 card pickup. You know how you play that? Pick up the cards. Number 36, Storm Over the Desert. Ooh, another title screen. So you're an army tank shooting at other army tanks, which happen to be pink. Also, there's no way to die. Anything you touch will explode. Those pink tanks are fucking pussies. What the hell? A giant Saddam Hussein? How did they fuck up the scale this bad? The soldiers aren't giant, so why Saddam? Now I'm getting tired of this. Can someone at least try to kill me? Hey you, get over here. Pause and select. Get me out of here. Well, at least we're in the home stretch, the third and final menu screen. Another thing that gets incredibly annoying, whenever you die or reset, you have to go back to the first menu every single time. So it's hard to keep track where you left off. Number 37, Mash Man. Well, Mash Man looks like Fuzz Power with clothes on, jumping on eyeballs in front of Legoland. Ugh, next game. Number 38, They Came. They came from where? From space? No, that can't be. Oh, next. Number 39, Laser League. Well, I'm glad they spelled laser with a Z, because that's how you say it. You don't say laser.
Existe fazer você mesmo e existe fazer você mesmo. É a diferença entre ser criativo e ser criador. Entre uma receita caseira e ser nome de sucesso. Entre sonho distante e o trabalho dos seus sonhos. É o seu negócio, o seu esforço. Faça você mesmo, do seu jeito. Crie seu site no Wix.
Eu sou cliente Bradesco desde 85, então eu sei exatamente o que todo cliente pensa. É tipo superpoder. Presta atenção. Pra quem ama tratamento VIP, Bradesco é um prato cheio, né? Maravilhoso. Maravilhoso.
Bradesco. Cartões de crédito com benefício de estrela de cinema.
By the way, horizontal 2D space shooter. Next, number 40, Billy Bob. This is different. It's like Indiana Jones, except it's Billy Bob. I'm kind of stunned that this game has some fluent animation here. Of course, I should have learned. In Action 52, you cannot jump down. You will hit the air so hard you will die. You can't jump to the ledge either. That doesn't work. And if you stand there too long, you die. So how do you get over? I don't know. Second screen of the game, and it's a dead end. Number 41, City of Doom. You're climbing the tallest building in the world while the tenants throw bowling balls at you. That's it. It goes on and on and on. How tall is this building? It must lead into outer space. Oh no, please not space. Number 42, Bits and Pieces. Ooh, a monster game. You're a guy in a cemetery jumping over monsters. That's it. You jump and jump and jump. You know what would be nice? An attack? Or how about a health bar? How about anything like a normal fucking game? What were they thinking? Number 43, Beeps and Blips. You're a shape shooting at other shapes. What are these? Reject sprites from other video games thrown together? Number 44, Manchester. A guy jumping on music boxes, punching in the air. I don't get it. Number 45, Boss. Who would think boss means a frog running around with a gun getting ambushed by falling bombs? That's what they should have called it, bombs. There's no way to avoid them. If you go too early, the bomb gets you. If you go too late, the next one gets you. Number 46, dead ant. You're an ant trying to make other ants dead ants. Like the Pink Panther, dead ant, dead ant, dead ant, dead ant, dead ant, dead ant. But if the ants make it to the bottom of the screen, you're fucked. Because you can only move left and right. What makes this ant different from the rest? Oh, it's pink. And anything pink in this game sucks. Number 47, Hambo. A pig version of Rambo? No, that would have been too clever. It's just a guy jumping over 8 balls and shit. Or trying to jump over. This is fucking horseshit. How did they fuck up the jumping control so bad? Have the programmers ever played another video game? Moving on. 48 time warp tickers. You're a pair of fingers in checkerboard land with upside down doors. What kind of drugs were they on? Was this game even made by a human being? Time? When you kill things, it says time? What does that mean? Time to play another fucking game? Number 49, Jigsaw. It crashed. Oh, thank God. Next game. Number 50, Ninja Assault. Another beat 'em up, if you even call it that. No strategy, just mash buttons. Number 51, Robbie the Robot. More like Robbie the sunglass-wearing Bart Simpson look-alike in a blue dress. Guess how this game works. You move to the right and shoot. That's all. Nothing can stop you. You could literally play this game with your eyes closed. Until the second level, when there's holes. Now you're screwed. I can't believe they sold this shit fest for $199. That's about how much it costs for a video game console. Pretty much. You could take $199, stand on a bridge, and just throw it all away. You'd rather do anything than spend it on a broken down, dysfunctional disaster of video game programming. With games that crash, hideous jumping control, random characters, microscopic sprites, a marathon of mediocre space shooters, dying in midair, problems with proportion, misleading titles, misleading power-ups, embarrassing weapons, seizure-inducing backgrounds, lack of enemies, games you can't win, games you can't lose, games that make no sense whatsoever, shitty graphics, shitty music, shitty menus, and a fuck ton of other things. It should have been illegal for them to sell this rotten shitload of putrid fuck for any price. I feel humiliated to live on the same planet as someone who designed an electronic abomination of this magnitude. Could they have tried making one good game as opposed to 52 horrible games? Quality over quantity. That's our lesson here. Well, there's one game left, so it has one last chance to redeem itself.
Fucking
Could this
Christ.
be the one that all the effort went into? Could there be a cherry on top of this shit sundae? We can only hope.
What?
Praia pé de escola.
Last episode, we looked at the masterpiece of shit that is Action 52. Now, we're looking at the last game, number 52.
E a gente continua. E eu já volto já. Não tão já, mas eu volto. Voltei. Vai uma surpresinha depois do vídeo agora pra vocês. Que a gente vai assistir, mas... Espero não ter o canal banido. Deixa eu só terminar a configuração aqui. Fucking art. Não tem como mostrar isso. Quem quiser vai estar escrito no topo da tela o que é. Entra lá no Reddit e se divirtam. Oh. Isso aqui, ó. Não posso mostrar.
Hey y'all, Scott
O conteúdo é muito explícito.
there. Competition's in the air tonight. Cats and dogs are beating the shit out of each other. Air hates fish, and Scott's fighting the urge to lose, which shouldn't be a problem with that fancy professional video game controller he brought to the chili cook-off.
Promised the kid in the hospital I'd win. This is a controller. I mean a joke. A joke! Gaming gets taken more seriously each and every year, which means it's now more socially acceptable to not be. Hence the rise of professional gaming. You take gaming so seriously, it's not just a hobby, it's a shirt. And you need the best tools at your disposal to perform. Only one of those words fit. If you really care about playing games optimally, surely you can't be using the regular controller that comes with the console. I mean, look at this. Doesn't work. What you need is something made for people who give a damn. Crafted out of the finest materials, featuring options casual players couldn't fathom needing, yet professionals couldn't live without. What you need is a second job. Pro controllers. Game controllers marketed as tools. Have you ever felt you weren't getting anywhere with the standard controller? What? Put my fault on a police lineup. I ain't picking it.
It was that damn controller, I tell ya. It didn't have any of the necessities for optimal gameplay. And now that I have them... This controller doesn't know when to quit!
Now, you may think these professional controllers
Que
are more of a
porra é essa?
modern trend, though you'd be surprised to see how much they popped up back in the day. I mean, this was some serious shit. Here we have the Pro-Line trackball for Atari 2600 and 5200. Yeah, the trackball is for the experts. Throughout those early generations, anything straight out of the arcades was usually considered some pretty high-end stuff, which is probably why Atari labeled these trackballs as Pro-Line. They aren't for professionals, rather, they're of the same quality as the arcades. Okay, well now they are. It's obvious Atari didn't give a damn about their usage of the term pro, evident not only by the trackballs, but the Atari 7800 standard controller. This was dubbed the Atari Pro-Line joystick. To be fair, I've seen my plumber use one of these.
Now, the system itself was called the Pro System. That's like calling me somebody who thinks that makes sense. I guess Atari was trying to stick out amongst the competition by asserting they're the ones for those serious about their purchases. I mean, which one would you buy?
I'm not an idiot.
It's pretty silly looking back at controllers from this era being labeled as such, considering what they were used to play. I want only the best quality controllers to play my games. The term pro was entirely a marketing gimmick with these, just to make me feel better about the choices that led me here. Though with the Nintendo Entertainment System, the professional-oriented controllers there made a bit more sense. Of course, the standard gamepad did the job, but I didn't want to do a job, I want to it. The NES Advantage. This behemoth promises the professional feel of real arcade play right on the box. Such a high damn standard.
That is urine.
And while I don't think this controller is anywhere close to actual arcade quality, it's a fun one to use and has its place. Though it does open a whole new can of worms with what's considered a pro feature. We have turbo buttons included, which replace the need to match A or B repeatedly. You can just hold these instead and fire to your heart's content.
You are sterile.
Man, wow, you're using the turbo buttons instead of mashing? Doesn't seem like a very professional thing to do. It's just interesting to me when pro controllers include things to make games way easier. It almost seems like something that would be more suited for newcomers, yet they're for the experts. And you know what else the experts like?
That's right, I don't know what they like.
The slow-mo feature. It just pauses and unpauses the game. Sometimes this can actually create a slow motion effect, but other times, the pause button brings up a menu or something, and it just makes me ask, this is stupid, with a question mark. Don't get it twisted. I have a huge soft spot for this controller. I mean, how could you not? This is one striking design that just commands everybody's attention when it gets whipped out. The size and weight alongside the feel of the buttons gives this controller such a frankly professional quality. I wouldn't call it essential, rather just kind of fun and novel to use from time to time.
Well, that's not professional. That's fun! That's why we're going elsewhere for our expert gamepad on NES. And I think that's going to be the Archer Competition Controller. What competition is this best suited for? Who's blue?
With this controller, you should get that checked out. A pop-on joystick for the D-pad. Yeah, sure, that's useful. I used it. To be fair, this can come in handy to deter Nintendo Thumb, as it was called. If this D-pad was a bit sharp during intense game sessions, you're more likely to press down on it harder, even though that doesn't affect anything other than my future. The joystick topper makes it a bit less painful to hold any direction for an extended period of time, but I doubt that's how most people used it back then. I think when many see a joystick, the worst humanity is brought out. But man, this controller is on a stink kick lately. It'll work sometimes, but the buttons are so mushy, it might as well not. Then other times, yeah, might as well not. It's not all a waste, though. I think the controller's ergonomics are actually a bit better than the standard NES gamepad. The things are more stretched out. We got room to breathe, especially considering the extended cord length, because us professionals, we
have living rooms. You got some switches to enable different levels of turbo on either button, which is good because you ever have that game where you want to have a little bit of turbo on the B button but all the turbo on the A? Mom, it happened again! Well, this was a consistent feature on these things. And just check out the SNES Super Advantage. Holy moly, there's like more than 11, all in a design meant to mimic the actual Super Nintendo console. But not just the North American version, the European one as well. We have the purple switches, but the colored buttons. Plus these middle ones here remind me of the power, reset, and eject portion of Europe system. It's a fun style and really hits home how big the controller is when you can basically replicate the whole damn system on it. Though part of me feels like all these additions were done to fill up all that space. Is this really necessary?
Duh, you stupid question. I forgot the B dial saved my parents' marriage.
So we can select turbo or auto for any button, which fires automatically for you, while also individually adjusting the speed, which you can also do with the slow motion feature now. With this controller, I can finally play Super Mario World professionally.
I'm looking to go full time.
While this is the successor to the NES Advantage, it wasn't made directly by Nintendo. Instead, ASCIIware created this and got the blessing of Nintendo's license. They've done loads of other controllers, and many of which retain multiple turbo switches, which thanks, but I gotta ask, how many people actually took advantage of this? You may just get more use out of the Pro features on the Atari Jaguar Pro controller. Oh my god. Have you ever played an Atari Jaguar?
Feio pra caralho.
Some professional. This thing right here is one of the rare controllers
Meu,
out
esse
there.
controle muito
Why
feio.
is that? There wasn't a ton of people who owned an Atari Jaguar looking to maximize their gameplay potential? No. This was released in 1995, 2 years after the console's launch, and I'll do you one better, one before the console was discontinued. Great time to invest in enhancing my skills. The original Jaguar controller I consider to be one of the worst controllers of all time, much like how I'm considered one of the worst controller critics. Damn. This actually ain't that bad, it's just kinda dumb. The feel of it is fine. The face buttons, who cares? The numeric keypad? Ah! It's unnecessary. You have a controller with 17 buttons on it, so you release a Pro controller with 5 more? This was something Sega did with the Genesis. When it was obvious many games were compromising to play with the standard 3-button controller, they released an updated 6-button version. So I assume Atari looked at this and went, oh, so that's our problem. The Jaguar Pro controller has been ergonomically planned to deliver a sleek new shape with additional buttons for more precise control. A new shape? Where was the press
Where did you learn to fly?
Economically planned? Just say buy me. Because of its late release, most Jaguar games aren't designed around these buttons. So using this controller for them, these act as secondary ways to press some of these number keys here. So yeah, instead of taking one of the great adventures of our time to hit 9, you can press X instead. A handful of titles do support the thing in more dedicated ways. It's easy to say, this is the definitive Jaguar controller. That was the best shit I ever took! Throughout all this, most competition or professional controllers basically got their namesake for turbo functionality and or including something akin to arcades. But if this is the kind of stuff allowed in a competitive environment, man, just use poison. Turbo buttons sort of died out after the SNES and Genesis era, at least when it came to being a huge selling point for specialty controllers, mainly because the only titles I feel that these made sense for were shoot-em-ups, and by this point in gaming, there weren't nearly as many around, and when they were, they oftentimes had auto-fire baked into the game itself. For most other games, mashing the buttons quickly is a gameplay mechanic, like in a Mario Party minigame. If you just use a turbo button, well, that's no fun. Yeah, you can play these however you want, I don't care, but the entire point of a competitive game is to play by a set of rules, because if you don't, well, why the hell are you playing? Which brings us to more modern interpretations of the Pro Controller. Launching alongside the Wii in 2006 was the alternative gamepad, the Wii Classic Controller. Introducing such a striking new controller was pretty saucy at the time, so this was meant to not only play classic games on the Virtual Console, but offer a more traditional solution to controlling some new Wii titles. Problem was, this name ain't a lie. It's pretty much based entirely on the original Super Nintendo controller, with a few modern fixins like triggers. You know triggers, right? Those things that are like big anthills but have the applesauce in them instead? Okay, good, we're not on the same page, so these can't possibly piss you off. Instead of having triggers below the shoulder buttons, these are small little tic-tacs next to them. Meaning if you're playing Call of Duty with this controller, this is aim and this is shoot.
Works for me.
The thumbsticks are also pretty close together. I mean, my thumbs have done more than kiss with this controller. And the overall size and shape, it's just not ideal for modern games. It works, but there's a reason standard controllers look like this now. Well, what's standard for most is professional to Nintendo, introducing the Classic Controller Pro. Basically, a PlayStation 2 controller. This is neither classic nor is it pro. I think what always killed the classic controllers for me was the weight of them. See, they're powered by plugging them into the Wii remote, so at the end of the day, what's actually going on inside?
Imbecil do caralho.
Ah, this isn't professional. This is the bare minimum for a standard controller. With that being said, I do think these are good for what they are. The Classic Controller is great for retro titles, while the Classic Controller Pro is far better for playing more traditional, modern ones. Everything is slightly adjusted to be better suited for games utilizing the analog sticks and triggers, with the latter now resting below the shoulder buttons with an increased size, making them actually usable now. Though, strangely, the original featured analog shoulder buttons, which were completely removed. Now, I thought these were never used, but lo and behold, popping any Need for Speed game for Wii in, you'll notice these take full advantage of the feature. Now, having analog triggers is like getting your roof retiled.
You don't need it.
The games that benefit the most from these are simulation racers, and how many did the Wii have? I got bored while answering and started to play Poke Park instead. Yeah, that's just not the kind of game you're gonna be playing on Wii in the first place, and on top of that, analog triggers aren't needed here. They're just kind of sensible. So, did you really lose anything of worth? Because even if you knew the Wii Classic Controller had analog triggers, I doubt you ever played a game that used them. But it's weird, because ever since the Classic Controller Pro, Nintendo's been vehemently against these types of triggers after including them on not only the Classic Controller, but the GameCube controller as well. In fact, they designed a whole ass game around them, Super Mario Sunshine. Then when they re-released it on systems without analog, they had to come up with some bullshit way to work around them. Why did they think they never need these again when they used them in the past and both of their competitors have them as a standard while they jam a damn IR camera in there like
Ai, coceira no pé.
That's more useful? Well, I like the Classic controllers. I can't help but feel they were wasted opportunities. Barely any of Nintendo's own titles used them outside of Mario Kart and Smash Brothers, while many could have desperately used a more traditional control scheme. And with those analog triggers, it baffles me how you couldn't use this to play GameCube games through backwards compatibility. You can select the disc channel with the Classic controller to play GameCube games. You have all the buttons needed here. Most Wii titles that support one support the other. But no, you can't even use the GameCube controller to select the disc channel. I'm in hell.
This is better than I expected.
Well, Nintendo kept the professional's dream alive, moving into the Wii U era, keeping some of the branding, but all of the... Nope. If you're releasing a console with a controller like the Wii U's, you may be inclined to offer an alternative.
Why?
Unlike the Classic controllers, this is its own entity. It doesn't need no Wii remote tethered to it. This is an actual controller. But is it really pro-grade? Well, let's take a look at the features here. No motion control, no NFC reader, no IR blaster, no microphone, no camera. Wow, this is for professionals.
I'm fucking miserable.
Back during this era in gaming, when motion controls were being pushed as damn near useful, many people have become increasingly agitated at these things, thinking that's not what gaming is, this is.
I'm fucking miserable.
It was easy to write anything off that used motion controls, though nowadays, I think we all know balance is the answer here. The motion controls can be unbelievably useful and improve a game tenfold, but we're talking good motion control. Then what does that make this? Because of the stigma, I don't blame Nintendo for making the Wii U Pro controller so damn limited. And plus, it kept the cost down to a cool mortgage payment. But due to this thing being just a controller with no bells or whistles, and the Wii U itself being way too reliant on the gamepad, it made the Wii U Pro controller way less practically useful than it deserved to be. So many games, for no reason, just don't support it. Or if they do, you sometimes have to use the gamepad for certain sections, like with a few stages in Super Mario 3D World and in some areas in Breath of the Wild. They require motion to complete puzzles. And on top of that, without the precision you get with gyro aiming, using a bow and arrow in that game is significantly worse with just the Pro Controller. Sometimes you have to boot a game up with the gamepad, then swap over to the Pro Controller. The most egregious example is Pokken Tournament. You need the gamepad to create a new save file. That's it. This kind of support I could tolerate with the classic controllers because those were never advertised as anything more than kind of a novelty. The Wii U Pro Controller, I think everybody who bought this was expecting to actually use it, but then we were all met with a knock at the door. I'm pissed! Well, most Wii U games you'd want to play are compatible with this.
Yeah.
Its implementation with the system and games as a whole leaves a lot to be desired. And that's not even considering what my thumb's gotta do. Ah! Both thumbsticks at the top? Now, this is replicating where these things are on the Wii U gamepad. One problem, the silhouettes are as follows. Xbox 360 controller, slab. A design like this makes a hell of a lot more sense to have the thumbsticks where they are because it's so damn big. Makes it real easy to hop between stick and butt. Here, I mean, just because you can have this button placement doesn't mean you should. Just feels wrong to have the buttons down here, but thankfully, due to the battery life, it can feel wrong for roughly 80 hours. So that's what makes this a Pro Controller, having an open 80 hours. Well, hot damn, that's pretty professional. Just like the lack of features, high price tag, and half-ass compatibility. Can you tell I know what I'm doing? Thankfully, the next generation with the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller solved almost all of my issues with its predecessor. Practically a one-to-one compatibility with the full library. You'll find a few titles that won't work with it, but they're mostly games that heavily use Wii Remote-like motion controls or features that wouldn't make sense with a more traditional gamepad. Motion controls, NFC support, a killer ergonomic design. This has everything needed to make for a worthwhile investment, rather than something I was constantly trying to find worth in. It has 40 hours of battery life, but I have 80 hours of free time. Outside of that blunder, the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller is one of my favorite gamepads of all time. But one element may stop it from being considered truly professional. Hit up on the D-pad. Okay. Most of Nintendo's D-pads have a ball underneath to ensure you're only pressing one direction at a time, including horizontals. And it's not that the Switch Pro Controller doesn't have this, it just doesn't feel like it. You can press the whole damn thing down and all directions will fire off. Meaning this is the sloppiest D-pad they've ever made. It's damn easy to hit right, but guess what? The D-pad reads it as down right, or hell, even straight up down depending on how you press it. Pretty wild how you can't win with either Switch controller. On the Joy-Con, you have the harshest, lamest buttons to press for your D-pad. But hey, at least there's no way it can misread the direction like the Pro Controller. In most cases, I'd rather just use the thumbstick for games I usually prefer a D-pad in. This is really unfortunate. It's nowhere near a deal breaker, but definitely something that holds this thing back from perfection. That, and it doesn't last 41 hours.
So that's what's been stinking up the place.
It all comes down to the most professional controllers available for the most professional consoles, PlayStation and Xbox. These are already often considered the hardcore system, so naturally we have some controllers catered towards those who need that extra layer of overcompensation.
Oh man, get away from my penis now, fellas.
At E3 2015, Microsoft introduced the Xbox Elite controller for Xbox One, considering it to be an elite controller for elite gamers. So then this must be the skunk-ass controller for the skunk-ass gamers. Elite's been the Xbox brand's go-to word for something that's ultimate or professional, like the Xbox 360 Elite, featuring the biggest hard drive and usually some pack-in games. My is a Titan. So naming a controller designed for hardcore players this, it just makes sense, especially when we take a look at the feature set. Complete customization, interchangeable magnetic thumbsticks, D-pads, optional back paddles, hair trigger locks, a price tag of $149.99, a Scott making poor financial decisions, a Scott without money, a Scott with an Elite controller though. Yep, this thing was meant for the people who cared about all these extra features enough to warrant blowing 150 big boys on a damn video game controller. Outside of the more premium build quality, I don't see regular players getting anything out of this for the price. But if you're somebody who knows why you need back paddles, this is for you.
Why do I need back paddles? Alright, so you may be playing a game where you want your thumbs on the sticks at all times, and reaching over to that pesky D-pad, well, a lot can happen during that movement. I was just elected senator! You can map whatever buttons to these, making it so then you can easily access anything while keeping your thumbsticks warm. I can definitely see the value in these. They add functionality to make high-level play more fluid without feeling like you're cheating. I don't really think many games are designed around the concept that your thumb leaves a stick to hit the X button, so these are an excellent pro feature. And hey, if you don't like them here, you can flick them out at a moment's notice thanks to some magnets at play, which is also the case for the thumbsticks and D-pads. Xbox D-pads respect tradition.
This sucks.
So to have this one continue that is admirable. And no matter how many times Xbox controllers try out new D-pads, they always range from deplorable to not the greatest. We have two designs we can use on the Elite. This one that's pretty much the same as the standard Xbox One controller, and this one that's more soap dish than anything. This is integral for fighting games, where you need fast movement from one direction to another while inputting every direction in between. However, for any other game, this is sort of stinky. But to be fair, that's why it's an option, much like the thumbsticks. Oh man, I can pretend to have all kinds of preferences with these. With a setup like this, I can finally wear this shirt. The switch to lock how deep the triggers push in is a nice addition. The controller comes in a fantastic case. Everything feels rock solid, incredibly substantial, with a great weight to it all. This was easily the
Eu sou cliente Bradesco desde 85, então eu sei exatamente o que todo cliente pensa. É tipo superpoder.
best controller Microsoft had ever created. And at that price, it reached the bare minimum of what it needed to do. But it ain't perfect. For one, I think it's still wild how insistent Microsoft is on not making a rechargeable battery the standard with Xbox controllers. This thing even comes bundled with a USB cable, so you can plug it in and use it as a wired controller. But you can't charge it without forking over more money for a play and charge kit. How are you charging me this much and a rechargeable battery isn't a part of that? And honestly, as cool as the interchangeable magnetic thumbsticks are, they don't feel good during gameplay for me. They feel weightier due to the more premium materials and possibly the magnets as well. I don't know. But either way, I feel less in control with these, strangely enough. The added weight makes using the standard controller's thumbsticks a bit snappier. And now I know what you must be saying.
Oscar, your thumb's a bitch.
Which is why I chalk this up to a me issue. The Elite controller is as premium as you can get. Most of the features that make it premium, I'm never gonna use or actively prefer how they are on the original. But this is an excellent product. $100 more excellent? I mean, that's up to you, man. But me personally, I don't think this really offers anything for 95% of consumers out there. For the 5%, this is a must buy, but I feel that most of the people who bought this never use any of what makes it so expensive. They just wanted the Elite controller because, oh, only the best for my video gamer. Well, Microsoft struck again 4 years later at E3 2019, revealing the Elite controller Series 2, and one of my biggest problems was fixed. You know, I thought the price tag of $150 just didn't add up. So Microsoft added more. For $180, we get a more refined controller with some complaints addressed, such as the lack of a rechargeable battery. Well, that's here now, whether you like it or not. I think it would have been cool if AA's were still an option. I know I complained about using them with the Series 1, but I've always appreciated how, while it is annoying you have to buy a battery pack separately, you can choose one or the other. But here with the Series 2, it's rechargeable and only rechargeable. They did what I asked.
Those bastards.
We can now adjust the tension of the thumbsticks. I barely notice a difference. I'm not saying this feature doesn't work. Rather, I'm not the target for it. Another level for the hair trigger locks, a new rubberized grip that feels very nice, a third button configuration preset you can swap between, Bluetooth connectivity. This is better than Series 1 in nearly every way. Nearly! Microsoft later offered the Elite Series 2 Core, which is basically just the bare essentials with extras like the case, back pedals, different thumbsticks, and D-pads being available separately. It's still $130. $20 cheaper than the original Elite, where you got everything. You know, cost-wise, I totally get it, and I'm not saying this isn't worthy of being that high of a price. The Xbox Elite controllers are some of the most finely crafted accessories in all of gaming. It's just, for over 2 to 3 times the price of a perfectly functional standard controller, for me personally,
I'm not sure what they could include here to really win me over. Every Xbox game is designed to work with this controller, a controller that's already pretty expensive at $60, so it's not like this is at a low quality or anything. So when we move over to the Elite controllers, the features are nice and cool or whatever, but most Xbox games I'm playing nowadays are pretty well designed when it comes to an optimal button layout with this thing. And even if they aren't, I don't really care. If I gotta create a custom button configuration to fix a game, more often than not, it's a game that's not worth playing in the first place. I don't play too many competitive multiplayer games on Xbox, and when I do, most of the time, I'm perfectly content with the default button layout. I've never needed the triggers to work any way other than how they've always worked. I've never desired for my thumbsticks to be taller than me. After messing around with these, it's become very apparent that while I appreciate and respect the hell out of these products for their level of customization and tremendous build quality, I get nothing out of this. Well, outside of owning very expensive controllers. Holy f***, I'm awesome. Maybe a cheaper one would do the trick. Here we have the eSwap S Pro controller by Thrustmaster. They're really good at it. Thrustmaster mostly specializes in racing wheels, flight sticks, but traditional gamepads don't seem to be their immediate forte. Fully licensed by Xbox, but that doesn't mean a damn thing. Let's see, hair trigger locks for the triggers, USB-C, interchangeable thumbsticks. This just seems like a third-party Elite controller. But fair enough, you know, if you don't want to blow $130 on the official one, you can do it on this one instead. What the hell is the point of this when it's the same price as the first-party alternative? Maybe because it's actually better than the first-party alternative. That's right, I'm wrong. I really dug this controller. Now, I'm not sure if it's going to be a go-to for me, but at the very least, I preferred it to the Elite because, well, it's different. It has a different design, different feeling buttons. The Elite is sort of the exact same as a normal Xbox controller, just using more premium materials. With the eSwap, I have more of a reason to use this over something else. The buttons and D-pad are designed to be lightning fast to press down on, using micro switches, which makes them far clickier, yet all the more satisfying. I feel way more in control with this. Plus, I get most of the pro features of the Elite, but with a Thrustmaster twist. We pop the entire thumbstick out here, which allows for more customization possibilities outside of Vertigo. Because these don't really change the functionality of the stick. Here, I mean, we can put a damn racing wheel module in. If one of the sticks is having issues, we can swap them out. And popping this in feels way more solid than the magnetic sticks on the Elite. I think this is a fantastic controller. The Elite may feel more premium, but this feels more practical and functional. I'm gonna go tell the world that I'm pissed! Not wireless for $130. Hey, why not? Call me ugly while you're at it too. And looking at online reviews, it seems that many people have had the thumbsticks die on them just a few weeks in. Take notice, anything with less than a 4.5 on Amazon, run. So this controller does have its problems, but the bit of time I've spent with it does affirm to me why the Elite controller didn't necessarily win me over. I'm willing to give this the benefit of the doubt and primarily use it from this point forward.
Thousands dead and no survivors. In tragic news, Scott's thumbsticks stopped working.
Man, well, after Microsoft proved the validity of these more premium controllers, leave it to Sony to do the same goddamn thing, just more expensive. Introducing the DualSense Edge for PlayStation 5.
Só papel higiênico feito com material renovável da Suzana.
Princípio. Alta performance dermatológica.
$100? Half the price of the damn console, and we have less features than the Elite! There's only 2 back buttons, and it has a significantly worse battery life than the normal DualSense, which already has lame-ass battery life. And I'm sorry, but I just can't feel a substantial difference between this and a regular DualSense, at least in comparison to the leap between Xbox controllers. The Edge feels heavier, but I don't feel that $130 increase here. Like many of these Pro controllers, it mostly comes down to the customization. We have these function buttons on the bottom, optional back pedals that we can assign things to, that we can swap out the thumbsticks. There is value to all of this, and at the end of the day, it's the DualSense. It's one of the best controllers out there. But it was already that for $70, and I'm just not seeing how this is worth nearly triple the price. The case it comes in has a feature where you can set this thing up to charge the controller when it's resting inside. Never mind, I love extra features on products. For example, in addition to everything else, I could choke to death on this if I wanted to. Don't get it twisted, this is a very high quality controller, but it's also the most overpriced of the bunch I've seen here. $200 for worse battery life than bad battery life? Only a professional would know how to cope with that. Yeah, I gotta be honest, as nice as these controllers are, as much as I do like them and see their usefulness, they're only really worth it if you're able to squeak out professional gameplay with a normal controller, which at that point, the ability to perform isn't coming from the Pro controller, it was in you all along.
rain of its bloom has driven her away to Doria. And those of fighting, the one who became the tour of art. She heard the rumors of the black sword, the black sword of Nargothrond. With an elven company, she drove toward her own demise. With a foul cloud of vapor that rose from that rock, that caused the horses to bolt. The bandit drove her straight into the woods. The spell of Lauren turned her mind to oblivion, so is stone. But when Madeline found her, he took the choice to bring her back to Doria. But the orcs attacked, and so she fled, naked, fainted, orphaned to Willa's grave. And so she was found by Mormagil, who took her back to Brennhill to become fair in the hell. When the man of Brennhill returned to Ethelbrandir, Niniel felt sick, and Brenner tended to her. He secretly filed a dog with her, but Niniel, she loved Jordan more, and so they wed. By that spring, she was halfway through her pregnancy by her own sibling. With my rumors of Laura became Natrim, and though he mortally wounded the beast, he was poisoned and fell into a swoon. In a lovely clean, they rambled behind the curtain of mutual ignorance. When the words of the Everborn came to the ears of Turin, he was suddenly moved by wrath. And to his doom he ran and slayed the servant, but in a swoon he fell. When she finally found him, Laura compelled her eyes with his last words. She became aware of her sin and cast her life aside into her abyss.
creation. The shadows furnish the black pit of all creation. The tomb of man knows my banishment for insurrection. A desperate measure of protection to render my blood in its completion. The silk I wait for your demise is but my friendship to deserve. To rule it is my right, with power and foresight, but from above it was denied. A masterpiece, a mockery of the one who makes it whole. All deception, my mastery, my gift to all the ones who seek the power of the unknown. Into the void, that's where I draw my inspiration. The shadows furnish the black pit of all creation. Unholy yet too strong to fade, a hunk of beast of pure and light. When she defiled their just beloved trees, my heart was pleasured with delight. A masterpiece and mockery of the one who makes it whole. All deception, my mastery, my gift to all the ones who seek the power of the unknown. When we arrived on Lemon, I was known as Morgan, and I tried to escape to the ruins of Angmund to find my remaining forces. When she ate all the gems, she decided to demand, but I just couldn't give the Silmarils away. And with a great cry, I escaped. When the legions of Balrogs, demons of the ancient world, they came to my rescue. And so, I returned to Angband. Ground. Ground. Places of the world, I spread my poison. I breed armies of orcs and dragons, and all this earth shall bow to my might. Morgan, Morgan, Morgan. Masterpiece and mockery of the one who makes it whole. All deception, my mastery, my gift to all the ones who seek the power of the unknown. Crowd into the void. That's where I draw my inspiration. The shadows furnish the black pit of all creation. void, into the void, into the void, into the void.
nada. Eu levanto daí e vai dormir. Que saco.